Michelle on Stage
Sorry.
32, a webinar from Stage 32, and it was incredible. Blew my mind. I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. So my question for you is, I watched the first video and it said like, okay, set up like a LinkedIn page and everything like that. Should it be under the artist name or your actual name?
Oh, that's a cool question. You know, it can be under whatever you prefer.
Oh,
I
okay.
have it under my real name. You can have it under both. You can have two LinkedIn pages, but of course that can get confusing. So you could also have it as your name and an AKA,
Oh, okay, cool.
so maybe you want to do that. That could be fun,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And then just have all your information on one page, which I think is better unless someone's trying to hide something, because it's too confusing to have to check too many and people can't find you, and like you could easily find me, right? So I suggest that. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Good. But I like the AKA thought. That would be fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Debbie, say hi to everybody
Hi.
because some people don't know you. Introduce
Hi.
yourself.
I've been writing songs since I was 9 years old, which makes me a long time songwriter. But I just started learning the music business, I guess, 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago with Michelle. And I've learned so much. And I'm finally catching up on all the paperwork of all the songs that I've ever written that have been misplaced. All the wrong things. So my question for you today is, Michelle, I have two of them, but I can hold the next one. Um, since I put all my songs on TuneSat, and there's 49 of them on there, and there's more, but I don't want to pay those extravagant rates because I'm not making any money off the music yet. So, what do you think about replacing what I think might be weaker songs with songs I might feel are stronger songs, or is that just a totally subjective thing?
Well, that is a totally subjective thing, yes. But since you've been putting songs in music libraries and pitching them, you definitely want to include the songs that are in libraries and the songs you are pitching. And the other ones are the ones you can leave out, because basically with TuneSat, it's identifying what's being used that you might not know about. And so if you have songs in libraries and they're not necessarily telling you the song was placed, that's a really great way to find out.
Right.
Right. So
Okay.
is that helpful? And yes,
Yeah,
I hear you about, I mean, I pay a lot to TuneSat. So
it's a lot.
it's a lot. So, and BMAT is even more expensive. And of course, TuneSet has that free platform, which is so cool. So that's how I would approach it. And eventually you might want to get to a place where you're paying and have more songs. But for right now, include the songs you're really actively pitching and that are in the libraries.
Okay, fair enough. Good. I have more questions, but I'll hold off if somebody has another one.
Yeah, I think Alina had a question and
Okay.
then we can come back.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Alina.
So, ready for my question? Hi.
Yes. Hi, girl. Introduce yourself to everybody. And
Hi, my name is Alina Fiera, and I have a question here. Actually, I sent you, Michelle, a link. I normally don't send messages on Facebook, but that was the only way I was able to send this link. And they were talking about the isotope. It was isotope. It says supporting beats by girls and get the plugins you need to make music with music essential bundles. Now here's talking about chord progression and other things and how they teamed up together to create those sounds. And I'm wondering the licensing legality part of it. Is this something I could use and buy, or something I should stay away from?
yeah, so usually those things are something you should stay away from. But that said, we have to read the license and read the end user license agreement, it's called, the EULA, and find out. So if you find that license, send it to me and I'll read it for you.
I'm confused because they call it plugins, but then they said all those people got together to create all those sounds and all those things. So I'm just
Yeah,
really
so they
confused.
could be plugins for sure, and they could be loops and beats and all kinds of things, but we have to read the license to make sure that they're okay. And I have scoured many, many licenses, but not for that company yet. So send me the license, find it on their website, find it online. If they don't seem to have one, write them and ask
Okay.
them for the license.
Yeah, because everything sounds very interesting, and it seems like it's a easier way to like create songs faster. And but again, fast doesn't necessarily mean better. And the license, that's what scares me. Okay.
Right. So
Thank you.
most of those platforms, the licenses are not very usable, especially for synchronization. They're usable if you want to perform live, or maybe if you put it on your record, but not if you want to sync them. So we have to read the license to see what their parameters are and what they're allowing for the use. For instance, are they allowing us to use stems, individual, each part separated, so that if a music supervisor says, I need the bass stem, can you supply that? Or are they saying, no, it has to be bundled with other instruments, and it has to be changed, and the key has to be changed, and the sounds have to be altered a little bit, and no, you can't isolate the sounds, and is it forever in perpetuity? Or no, it's just a lease basically, and you can't have it forever in your song. And maybe they're able to sell it to somebody else. Maybe I come along and say, you know, I have thousands of dollars and I want to buy that bass line to use in my project exclusively. Okay, well then, Alina, you're out of luck if you have it non-exclusively in your song. So this is why we have to read these licenses, right? So if you just find the license and see about it, and
Thank
we'll
you.
find out about that one. Right. But we definitely don't want to be using Splice. That's a big no-no.
Oh
And
yeah,
there
I
are,
know about that one. I'm staying
right,
away. Yeah,
right.
that's
And
fine.
exactly. And there are many others that are big no-nos. So we want to make sure first.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And let's see, I think Kevin had a question. Hi, Kevin. Say hi to everybody. Introduce yourself.
I'm Kevin Kenny. I'm a songwriter, and I met Michelle through an organization called Song U, where she's a coach. She's a great coach, and also presented some great seminars, which were free to me through as part of my Song U membership. And then I had to know more and learn more from her, so I took her course, and here I am. I think it's been a couple years that I've had the pleasure of knowing Michelle. And I have a question. I'm starting to pitch one of my songs. I think you might know which one. It's the Chinese market. And I did some brief online research and found a lawyer's blog about whether you need to procure a Chinese copyright in addition to your US copyright. The lawyer said, it's not absolutely necessary, but it might help you in the event of litigation in China. And I was just wondering if you had any experience or thoughts on that, Michelle.
I do. I work with a company in China very directly, and you do not need a Chinese copyright for that. However, if you want to, you can do that. If it's not costing you a lot of money, and you think it would be nice to have, I would have to help you and read that license though, that copyright, to make sure it's not exclusively to China and doesn't negate your US copyright and all of that kind of stuff, because you never know. I mean, I read it just over the weekend. I got some licenses from China, and I was reading and scouring them, and there were some questions that I have that I'm meeting about tonight. And in fact, you know what? I have a meeting with Chinese people tonight in China. I'm going to ask them your question about, ask them if it would negate the US copyright. So
Okay.
I'll ask that. I'll add it to let me just make a note, everybody, to ask that question. And since I'm going to be,
Sorry about that. I just found out what that button was for. It turned my phone off.
oh no, that's okay. So anyway, so I'll ask that, but I have not needed to have a Chinese copyright myself. No, and not even been it's not even been suggested to me by these companies I work with.
Great, thank
Okay,
you.
but let's ask them. Why not? Like
Yeah.
I find that, like I was just saying to Alina, when we ask all the questions that we have to the people who are licensing our music, you know, sometimes we find out great stuff. So that's a really special question. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So, and I'll send everybody the answer to that when I send.
I have a question.
Yes, Carol, go for it.
Well, Michelle, it is such an honor to know you.
Thank you. Tell
And,
everyone who you are.
My name is Carol Lester. I'm a songwriter, and a singer and poet and whatever. And I just love, my favorite kind of music in the world is music I've never heard before. So that's I just love songwriters and, you know, indie music. And Michelle, that song, the kings, the queens, and all the in-betweens, I just love your writing.
New pop royalty. Thank you.
Yeah, your writing in that song is just spectacular. I love
Thank
hearing
you.
things I've never heard before, and you just kept pulling phrases together that were totally unique. So
Thank you.
really
I
love them.
co-wrote that with Larry Treadwell, my main partner, and the artist on that song, Rochelle Royale. So thank you. Yeah.
Wow. So I have a question. I started, including the song that I sent you today, I started writing pop music, and I don't really sing. I don't have a pop voice. So, and circumstances made it so that in April and May I had laryngitis. So I decided that this was the universe telling me, go to Sound Better, hire a work for hire singer, and see what happens. So it's been really fun. I've written about 5 of them. 3 of them are already recorded. And when I pitch them, I would like to put the singer's name in it. Is that something that that we should have agreed about? I mean, I they're all very friendly people, but is that something you normally do?
Do you have work for hire paperwork? First of all,
I do.
These you do, and it says that they're paid, and you own that recording, and they don't have any rights to it.
Yes.
Excellent. Yes, that's something you should have asked up front, and that's something I ask the singers I hire. Do they want their name included? And if so, I usually put my production company, which is Mob Force, featuring Carol Lester. That's usually
Okay.
how I do it. Or I might have a singer who's very, very uppity, and then I only put their name. And I might have a singer that doesn't want their name used at all, and then I just put Mob Force. So
Okay.
that is up to you how you credit it, but you will, in sync licensing, of course, as we know, we have to include an artist's name. So what the artist name that you include is depends on what you discuss. So I would go back to these artists that you're working with, and I would ask them what they would like to do. You would like to include their name, you love what they did, and it would be nice promotions. Something's very noisy.
I'm sorry. It might be the wind. Let me.
No, it sounds like somebody's talking, but anyway, you know, you can just say, I love you, I love your vocal. I'm so happy that we're working together, and maybe, you know, we can find, maybe you'd like to be credited. So just do that.
Okay. And it is, you know, like I don't have my label is Carol Lester Music. So I think it would be confusing to say Carol Lester Music presenting Alyssa
Well,
Oberst.
you could have CLM featuring.
Right. Okay. I could do that.
The reason why I do that is because then, as the producer, I can claim some of those sound exchange royalties, because I feel like I'm doing all this work creating everything, and why should the singer be entitled to get all those royalties? So that's why I do it.
So when you registered at Sound Exchange, you register yourself as you register Mob Force as the artist?
Correct, including the singer. And if the singer does not want to be credited, then I just list Mob Force.
And do I have to, at ASCAP, have CLM in existence, or I can just say I'm CLM, this is my address and my social security number?
ASCAP
and-
does not care. ASCAP is not
Okay.
in the business of sound recordings. They're only in the business of writer, publisher, composition. And they don't care what you do as an artist, what you do as a producer, what you credit yourself as or a singer as. So
Okay.
you don't have to do anything.
Does it affect the MLC at all?
Nope, doesn't even affect the MLC. They
Cool.
don't care. No,
All
it's
right.
just basically a sound exchange, right? Neighboring, right? Yes.
All right. That sounds great. And also in TuneSat, there have been so many things. Is TuneSat the kind of thing where you're marking your song
You're
ahead of time?
fingerprinting it, correct.
You're fingerprinting it.
And you don't have to even do it ahead of time. The cool thing about fingerprinting is you can do it at any time. If you work with a company like Source Audio and you watermark your songs, then you have to do it ahead of time before you pitch the songs and their license.
Who can I use after the fact?
TuneSat,
Oh, okay.
that's what I just
All
said.
right.
But yeah, that's okay.
Sorry.
No, that's
All
okay. TuneSat, you can use it anytime. And also BMAT, the company called BMAT.
Okay. BMAP as in
BMAT,
a
I'll
map.
type it in the chat. BMAT,
And I'll turn my sound down because it's noisy on the beach. Sorry.
that's okay, but BMAT. Okay, I just don't want it to be noisy for the recording if people are watching the replay. So TuneSat or BMAT. BMAT is actually a more extensive service, but more expensive. So, but TuneSat has a 50 song and under free policy, which is very nice to try it out. Okay, just like we were discussing with Debbie. I can't hear you now at all, though, Carol. I can't hear you, Carol. So sorry, you're muted. You've muted yourself.
I was trying to give a thumbs up and say thank you. I was
Okay, you
trying
are so welcome. All right, excellent. Okay, let's take a couple more questions and then we're going to go to some songs and then we'll come back to questions. So let's go to Sierra. Hi, Sierra. Introduce yourself. Say hi to everybody and your question.
Hello, I'm Sierra. I'm a songwriter. I'm in LA, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Michelle.
And you have a podcast. Tell everybody about your grooves. Yeah, they can.
It's called Songwriters Unblocked. I interviewed Michelle. You should go listen to our episode. It was really, really great. And I just talk to songwriters all around the world. So if you're interested, definitely go check it out. I'll maybe drop the title in the chat.
Yeah, please do. You can drop it and your Sunday Songwriter Sunday newsletter and everything. You can
Yes,
drop
that too. So sign up for all of that.
And everybody, you can save the chat with those 3 little dots on the bottom. So if anybody puts anything in the chat you want, you can save it. Okay, so go on.
Yeah, so my question, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about Splice and what the problems with it are.
Yeah, wait 1 second. I'll actually put it in the chat. Okay, so just 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? 1%. Ah, there we go. I found it. Let me just copy and paste it into the chat and you guys can read all about the difficulties with Splice and why you shouldn't use this platform at all if you want to work in synchronization. Okay, so let's see if we got it. Doesn't seem to want. It might be too long. Well, all right. I think it's too long. So you can always write me and I can send it to you, but I'll explain to you. So the limitations on the splice license is that the stems are impossible, as I was discussing a little bit ago, to isolate. So you can't use them for sync, because if you're required to send the loop, send the stem, send the bass part, anything that you've used off of Splice, you have had to so futz it up so that it's unrecognizable, that you can't use it as a stem. So that's not good. Okay, next, you have 100% originality of your composition if you use Splice samples. So the answer is you have ownership of your composition made with the samples, but as a reminder, you don't own the copyright in the samples. Other Splice sound users are using the same samples. Okay, this is not good, of course, because of originality, similarity issues to other productions, Shazam, the music supervisors don't want that. Not good. Okay, then it says, we encourage you to, can I register my creative work for a copyright? Then it says, it answers, we encourage you to explore your options to register a copyright in your work. While we do not prohibit you from doing so, copyright law will dictate whether or not you are eligible for registration. And that is a yikes. That is so vague and not good. And basically they're saying the samples are not really copyrightable, and they're not exclusive, as they said before, to the people who create them. Now, if another producer uses the same samples as me in their work, is my work infringing on their work? Well, Splice does not grant users exclusive licenses. So this is not optimum. And the powers that be, like for instance, Crucial Music Library, won't allow any samples from Splice. Okay, and many production music libraries won't, and music supervisors won't, because when we're creating an exclusive original work for hire for them, all our elements in our productions and arrangements need to be fully exclusive. Okay, and then it says that what do you mean by not being able to use the likeness of an artist in my work? Okay, they're basically saying you're not supposed to use the name of the artists and the people creating these samples and sounds in your work. And that's not good, because as we were just discussing with Carol, we need to disclose the names of people. Okay, and again, we can't use the samples in isolation. So basically we have very limited ability to use these samples from Splice, and they're a big no-no for sync, right? What I would suggest is if you hear a loop or a beat or something you really like, you can replay them by hand, have a producer do them, maybe change the key a little so they're not recognizable and won't be picked up. You know what I mean? But you don't want to copy and paste them right off of Splice and put them in your songs.
Gotcha. Is this the same for like one shot, like a kick sample, as it is for like a
No,
guitar?
that's a sound, not
Okay.
not a sample. So you can use the kick sound, but if it's a kick sound that is so identifiable, you would want to change the key. You would maybe want to distort it a little bit. You would want to change it a little bit if it's just so recognizable, as some kick sounds are and some snare sounds are. So you want to be really careful using the sounds.
Cool. Good to know. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I would never go near them. But okay, one last question and then we'll go to some song. Well, we have two people raising hands. So Pete, go for it. Introduce yourself, even though you're here so much, because a lot of people are not with you. So.
Oh yeah,
Hi.
right. My name's Pete Papa George, and I'm in Bethesda, Maryland, far from the beach. And I'm a singer and a songwriter and sometime actor and voiceover. And I won't go into the rest of the things I've done in my life. And Carol Sladnick said to say hi to you, Michelle. World Fusion Music.
Nice, of course. Yeah, she took my course. I love dear Carol.
And the question I have is just and it's something that popped into my head when you were talking about the Chinese uh, copyrights. They've been in the news, and it just kind of sounded a bell. They've been in the news for, there's been some complication with them and our intellectual property. And I think it had to do more with computers and software and stuff like that. But has there been any kind of thing where they've, maybe lifted some music that belonged to American writers or English writers or Australian writers or something like that? It just made me wonder. It's a very vague kind of concern that I have here, but
Yeah, it's very vague and no, and not really. I mean, it's
okay,
China. Yeah, I mean, I would say they're not infringing like that.
okay,
They're so specific and so careful and pretty much concerned with their own territory and not outside their territory much.
mm,
And so I would not be concerned. We can be concerned with people ripping off our stuff all day. Like
yeah,
your next door neighbor might decide they're a songwriter and come sue you because there's nothing we can do to prevent that, even in America.
hmm right,
If somebody's going to say they wrote our song, they're going to. If somebody's going to infringe on our copyright, they're going to. So I mean, is there any specific case you're speaking
no.
of?
No. It's just that I have been aware that there's been some kind of they've been in the news about intellectual property. The United States has accused them of stealing stuff that was protected, I guess, by the United States. I don't know, and I can't remember specifically. It just kind of jogged my memory, and I don't know. Maybe it's nothing at all, or maybe it's something that everybody does, and our side is going to point it out anytime it happens.
Yeah, sure, of
You
course,
know,
but I wouldn't worry about that.
okay,
I mean, I don't worry about stuff like that because it's too
yeah,
vague and yeah,
right, right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Good
you know,
enough.
and especially, if we're independent creators, independent artists, independent songwriters, the chances of it happening for us are not that big. You
Hmm.
know, I mean,
Yeah.
I sent songs out to thousands of places and hundreds of countries and companies. And, I mean, for sure, if I go on YouTube, I find, my songs that have been covered by hundreds of people, for sure, I didn't authorize them. For sure, they're all over the place. And I monetize them.
Hmm.
Who has time to take all that down and worry about all that infringement? You can just
Mm-hmm.
monetize it and, you know.
Hmm.
So I
At
wouldn't worry
least,
about that with the
okay.
Chinese and
Very
that.
good.
Yeah,
Thanks
yeah,
so much.
yeah. And Debbie, last question before songs.
Okay, put my hand down. Um, uh, am working on a particularly themed album, and I want to release one of the songs as a single first. What is your opinion on releasing a song as a single that you intend to keep release on an album later?
I don't think it makes a difference personally. I think the more releases, the merrier. Nobody cares. So that's not, I mean, is there a reason why you're concerned that's specific?
Um, because the Earth Day song is so time specific. If my album isn't done by a good publication time before Earth Day, then I'd at least want to release the single.
Oh yeah, then do that for sure. I mean, I had like Jonathan Butler release a song of ours before the last election because he wanted it to be released then, but he just put it on his album release,
Okay,
which came out, a year and a half later. It's fine. Yeah,
great. And
definitely release it.
thank you. And then I wanted to just comment on Alina's question about um, isotope. And I don't know if she's with us. Alina, are you there? Anyway, I do a lot of voiceover work,
She's
and
here.
I always use the plugin that Isotope has for taking out mouth clicks. I think it's better than any other plugin for taking out mouth clicks.
Yeah, that's different. That's
Yeah.
not a loop or a sample or a
Right.
beat, and that's totally fine. I mean, I use AI platforms that turn MP3s into waves and all kinds of stuff. And that's totally fine for mastering and for doing what you're doing. Yeah, that's a different story than
Right.
what she was discussing using, you know.
But sometimes, like Isotope will say, all these plugins and all these different things are on sale as a bundle all together.
Right,
And
that's
I
what
only-
she's talking about.
Right. Well, I would buy that because it's cheaper than buying it alone. I'm just saying that particular thing I use, even though I had to buy this whole stuff I never use.
Right. Okay, great. So yes, if you're using something like what Debbie's discussing for AI, that's different than using the loops and the beats and the chord progressions and samples and all of that. It's totally different.
Yep.
So yeah.
Thank you. That answered my question.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. So, all right, let's go to some songs and then we can come back to some music. And iPhone, I'm assuming, is Carol, because she's off an iPhone, and we'll get your question afterwards. So going to the music, because there's quite a bunch of songs today. Let me just find it. And okay, so first thing we're going to do with the music is listen. And first person on the playlist from how the songs were sent in to me is Kevin with Baptize Me with Colors. So I'm going to put the link into the chat so you can follow along with the lyric, but I have shared my sound and I'm going to play the song myself so everyone can hear it together. If you're wearing headphones, it will sound better for sure than if you're not, but that's up to you. And you can follow along with the lyric by clicking on the link and you'll be able to see it. Okay, so I'm going to first, Kevin, tell us what you were listening for. Of course, I've heard this before, but I think this is a more revised version, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Sarah Light, your buddy at Song U, reworking the lyrics and focusing them a little bit.
Good. Well, Sarah is the bomb, so that's really cool that you've done that. I love that. So 1 sec, and everybody look at the lyrics then. I hope you will, since that's an important thing here. And I'll play the song.
I go through life in gray, sad old movie every day. Still I believe that things will change. You're always there for me. I come to you like you're my priest. My heart is ready to receive redemption from the clouds that never end. A new horizon, make me smile again. Baptize me with colors, baptize me with colors. Wash away the black and white. I'll rise from the stained glass water, reborn as a rainbow across the sky. Baptize me with colors, baptize me with colors. My soul will shine like light. Through a living kaleidoscope, see the resurrection in my eyes. Baptize me with colors. Green is the promise of new growth, purple's proud with passion. Sky blue is heaven's proof there's hope. Orange a lover's afterglow, yellow's warm and laughing. Red's the offering of Romeo, sweet rose, salvation from a world that takes too much. Push me under, lift me up with love. Baptize me with
Okay. So, Kevin, I think the lyric is so beautiful personally. I think it's so descriptive and I love it. My only concern is the word priest. You might lose some customers putting in "You're my priest," even though it works so fabulously and works with the baptize, and I love it. It might be a concern for some people who might want to record or place the song. An artist who might want to record it would suggest a word change there. So it's not as important, but in terms of sync, a music person wanting to place this song just might not because of that word. So that's my only consideration. Other than that, I really thought that you did an amazing job, and your lyrics for me are always so good, full of metaphor and imagery, and this is another case of that. So, and anybody, if you want to say something, here's a place you can chat if you'd like to Kevin and say anything, but that's my feeling about it. Now, in terms of the recording, it's very, very beautiful, but there's way too much reverb for me on the vocals. The vocals are just a wash, and there's so much stacking going on in the pre-chorus that it takes away from me from the chorus exploding, because you've already got so many stacks, layers of vocal in that pre. And I might thin the pre out a teeny bit, take the reverb off. A lot of reverb is not very modern, and it's just washing the whole production for me. Also, the strings and pads are this exact same range as the vocals, which is something that as a producer I really avoid, making sure that the vocals have their own sonic space, because if not, you just smush everything into that range where the vocals sit, all those strings and pads, and it's just a big mush for me personally. I mean, I would change that in the mix. Is it going to stop you from getting the song used or synced? I don't know. I can't answer that. But as a producer, that sonically disturbs me, that everything is in that vocal range and so awash in reverb and smush. In the first chorus, I would take the answers out. The answers are cool coming later, but I always try to leave the first chorus without those answer type backgrounds, because I want to ingest the chorus alone without ad libs, without backgrounds, extra harmonies, yes, but without those extra parts, and then bring them in later as more ear candy. But you've given us the whole cow right at the top. So I would suggest, and these are things for everybody to contemplate when recording as well, that maybe we want to hold things back a little bit so that there's continual growth and movement in our productions. But it's such a great song. So I'm nitpicking, as I often do with your songs, because they're usually so great that there's only nitpicking left. But does that help?
It helps a lot. Yeah. I think a re-record something more simple.
Well, I wouldn't re-record the song. I would just take off some of those layers in that pre-chorus so that the stack isn't as thick as the chorus in terms of all the background parts. And I would just take those background answers out. Do you know what I mean by the answers in the chorus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I would just take those out, and I would then take off a little bit of the reverb. So it's not that much. It's nothing you would need to re-record the whole song for.
Okay. Well, I'll have Chris did this one for me. I'll have him do that. And
Yeah, it's minor. It would take him like an hour. I mean, this is super minor stuff. But in the future, I would pay attention to the fact that when instruments sit exactly where the vocals are, it's really not the best choice. I would have had the strings higher, strings lower, so that those vocals had their own sacred special place and space in that production, personally, because they step. You want to be careful not to step on the vocals. The vocals are always the star.
Got it.
Yeah. So I mean, even if he played with that and he changed the range of those strings, he wouldn't even have to replay them and see what would happen if he was just not sitting on top of that vocal range. It might be interesting, but not necessary. Just a note.
Okay. Well, thank you for the great feedback.
Thank you. It's really beautiful, really nice. Great start. So thank you so much. Okay, we're going to listen to a couple more songs and then we will get back to questions. So just hold your questions. And the next song we're going to go to is Sierra's. And now with Sierra's song, Sierra, I couldn't get a clickable link. So everyone, in order to see the lyric, you will have to paste this link, copy and paste it into your browser. Oh no, look, it is clickable now. I couldn't get it to work, but there I put it in the Zoom and it's working. So fantastic. So let's just click on the link and we'll see the lyric. Great. Oh, did you want a metadata check, Kevin? I forgot about that. Kevin, are you here? Did you leave?
I'm still here.
Do you want me to check your metadata?
Yeah, if you have time, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, definitely. So that was part of it. So I'm so sorry I didn't do that. So one sec, everyone. Let me just go back to the song and download it. And have a look. I don't want to play this song though. Okay, one sec. Have to find it. Let me know if you guys can see this. This is weird. I know I've downloaded it. I can't see it. Do you have, this is supposed to be downloadable, right? Kevin? Hello?
Yeah.
Second, I'm
No,
sorry.
Michelle, we can table it for now.
No, that's okay. Just wait one sec. Everybody can have a second. Okay, I see what the problem is. Ah, here it is. Okay, great. Okay, can everybody see Kevin's metadata here or no? Can you see when I share this? People say something. Hello?
I'm not seeing anything. No.
You're not seeing it. Okay, one sec. Okay, I think what I have to do is do this. And do this. And share basic. And okay. And
There you go.
okay, you see it now?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, excellent. All right. So now, Kevin, you don't have you're missing things here. So you don't have the artist name, as you can see, right? So that's a big no-no. You don't have to have the album or album artist if it's a single, but you definitely need to have an artist name. You have your composer name, but you don't have your PRO information in the grouping box. You don't need to put LLC. You can just put Kevin Kenny Songs. Nobody cares if it's an LLC, the music supervisors. That's not necessary information for them. But necessary information for them is what PRO this publishing company is connected with. And just because your BMI as a writer does not necessarily mean you are BMI as a publisher. So we want to put that in. Okay. Now, you put genres pop, that's great. Okay, next you have your, you left out the year, which I recommend leaving out the year, as you know, so that's great. You have the BPM, which is fantastic. You have the information about it being one stop and about your contact information. That's all good. You have piano, strings, electronic drums. None of that is necessary. That is not metadata for a music supervisor really to be looking for. But what they are interested in is powerful, building, melodic, empowerment, uplifting. All of that is great. Okay, recommend if you like Adele. Disney overcoming depression, no one's going to search for that. So you're kind of using up space because a music supervisor is not gonna look for overcoming depression. They might look up depression, but probably not going to look up overcoming depression. But yeah, you have Disney, that's fine. Disney-esque, I might put, but that's totally fine. So what you've left out, as well as we learned in class, is the gender of the vocal. And that is super important that you put female vocal. And I usually put that first. I usually don't put the contact information till the end and put the tags first, but I know that Mark, you know, at Sing Summit, who I teach classes with, likes to put it the way you have it. I don't. I think it's better to tell them what the song is about first. And the first thing I put is the gender of the vocal, or if it's an instrumental. So you have that missing. So overall, you've done a reasonably good job, but definitely fix the metadata for those missing things. Cool?
So you don't think I don't need to include the instrumentation?
No, you don't at all.
Okay.
No. I mean, you can. I mean, it's not like you can't, but you don't need to. No. Yeah. Yeah. So you don't need to.
Okay, and then I have a question. The young lady that recorded this song for me specifically requested that I not use her name as an artist. I don't know why, but what do I put in that blank if?
Okay, so as I was just speaking with Carol about, you can come up with a moniker for yourself and put it in there. So I use Mob Force.
Just make something up.
Just make something up, but make it consistent so that if you have, you know, many, you know, that way you can be that person and claim the rights. Like for Sound Exchange, you can claim the artist rights because she doesn't want them.
Okay.
Okay. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So you could just say KK, you know.
Okay.
Good. So good job, though. Overall, you have a lot of good stuff. Just what you're missing, that is a situation, and we want to fix that. Okay. So now going back, getting out of here, going back to, let's see, I'm going back to, gonna stop sharing this and go back to sharing my sound and my computer audio. Okay, and then we're going to go to the next song, which we were about to do Sierra's song. So everyone, hope you get the lyric for Sierra's song, and we're going to take a listen. Oh, wait, Sierra, did you want to tell us something about this song before we listen to it?
Yeah, I guess I just have a little group. So it's me, a writer, and a producer, and we've all formed it's not really a band, but it's a group, and we have been writing some songs together. And yeah, I guess that's all I'll say.
And anything about the song itself?
I guess I don't want to say too much.
Sorry. God, it's just being crazy. Sorry. It just wants to play. Yeah, anything before we play it.
No, just go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything you want to know specifically that you're having it reviewed?
I guess I'm interested to see like how well this song would do in the sync world. We've gotten songs placed with artists, but we're looking to go more in the sync direction. So I think I'm wondering how something like this would do in your opinion.
Okay, fantastic. Good. So let's listen for that. And I'm trying to get back to the beginning of this piece. My goodness. Okay, it doesn't want to go back to the beginning. This is really frustrating. All right, sorry.
Ooh, come a little closer. I wanna play with fire. I'm craving the exposure. Strip down to my desire to taste forbidden fruit. I got nothing to lose. I feel it taking over. Oh, she taking over.
Oh my God, this is so frustrating. I don't know what's wrong with this. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm going to start it again. I don't know what the problem is. Okay. One sec.
I feel ooh, come a little closer. I wanna play with fire. I'm craving the exposure. Strip down to my desire to taste forbidden fruit. I got nothing to lose. I feel it taking over. Oh, she's got me doing what I shouldn't, saying what you wouldn't, living like you couldn't. Got me out of my mind. Misbehavior, not a giver. She's a taker. She's a killer, not a savior. So high topic. Misbehavior, not a giver. She's a taker. She's a killer, not a savior. She's sick, toxic. Misbehavior. Baby, don't hate the player. Just 'cause I win the game, I got a secret weapon, and she's the one to blame for all my secret sins. My guilty pleasures win. I let her take me over. Oh, she's got me doing what I shouldn't, saying what you wouldn't, living like you couldn't. Got me out of my mind. Misbehavior, not a giver. She's a taker. She's a killer, not a savior. So high topic. Misbehavior, not a giver. She's a taker. She's a killer, not a savior. She's sick, toxic. If you like a little misbehavior running through your bloodstream, if you want a little misbehavior, then I need to hear you scream. If you like a little misbehavior running through your bloodstream, if you want a little misbehavior, then I need to hear you scream. Misbehavior, not a giver. She's a taker. She's a killer, not a savior. So hot topic. Misbehavior, not a giver. She's a taker. She's a killer, not a savior. She's sick, toxic. If you like a little misbehavior running through your bloodstream, if you want a little misbehavior, so hot topic. If you like a little misbehavior running through your bloodstream, if you want a little misbehavior, she's sick, toxic.
Excellent. Okay. This is a great song. It just wants to keep. It is so irritating, this piece, though. It just wants. Because I keep trying to download it and then it keeps playing the song. So one sec.
She's a killer, not a savior. She's sick, toxic. If you like a little misbehavior running through.
Okay, I'm getting rid of it. All right. It just is in love with itself, Sierra. My God.
No, it really is.
That was so weird. So I loved it. It's great. It's recorded great. The vocals sound great. The mix is great. I love the little fuzzy effect on the vocal. It's super cool. Lyrically, it's super fun. I could totally see it getting synced anywhere in a fun dance scene, in a happy TV show. It's super sassy, super cute. And I have nothing to tell you that's not good about it. I really loved it. So yeah, great job. Great job. And let's do your metadata. Yes. So
That's
one
great.
sec. Okay. So now I'm learning how to do this because this is new for me. I've never gone back and forth before. So I see that I have to stop this share and then go back to the other share, which is kind of irritating, but I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to go to the song. And let's see, I'm going to try to find it in my iTunes. Let me just make sure that it downloaded correctly. Yeah, it did. Okay, let me find it again. There we go. Okay. Okay. Can you all see this? Everybody? Yeah? Okay, awesome. Don't just shake because I'm looking at the screen so I can't see you, but you can say yes or something. That would be awesome. Okay, so let's see. You have misbehavior. You have mastered. So I sometimes do that. It's not a sin to put mastered. You know, some people say just put the song title. I'm personally okay with that because sometimes you have 60 mixes and you want to make sure you send the right one. So it's totally fine. The artist, you have Waffle Iron, very good. Okay, now in terms of the writers, you don't need to put the percentages. That is not necessary and it's taking up space here, okay? What we are missing on our first open, as you can see, I can't see everything because there's too much information. Okay, so you have listed the writers twice, once with their percentages and once with their PRO information, and that is not good. You have way too much information. You want to just list each writer with their PRO, and the PRO always goes in parentheses, okay? So that's super important. So you want to get rid of all of this stuff. You have way too much here going on, okay? So, and also you have publisher information in the composer box. So you don't want to do that either. All you want are the writers and their PRO in that composer box. That's it. Then in the grouping box, that's where you want to put the publishers, the 3 publishers with their PRO information in parentheses. And that's it. You don't need to give them percentages. It's not necessary. Okay, they don't care. The music supervisors don't care. The A&R people don't care. That's for you to get paid. They don't care. You don't need to put that in the metadata. Cool? And you just end up with way too much. Okay, now, so we have the genres, pop, awesome. The year, okay. People will dispute this. I tell everybody, don't put the year in there. Leave it out. Because if they're looking for something from 2022 and you put 2023, they're going to tell you it's too new. They can't use it. Or they need something from 2020. You know, why should we date our songs? You know, if it sounds current, leave it out. If it's a period piece, like a 1950s song, okay, you can put it in there. But I would always leave it out unless someone specifically asks me for songs from 1982, and then I'm going to send them, but I'm still not going to put it in my metadata here in my iTunes. I'm just going to tell them this is from 1982. So that is my opinion on that subject. Okay, next, you have the BPM. That's awesome. Giving them the BPM is great. Okay, you have your one stop. That's fine. You have your email and your phone number. That's fine. Then you have female vocal, which I love. That's so important. And now you're telling us about the song, which is really great. And that's perfect. You have lots of identifiers for people to search with, and that's really wonderful. Now, when I go to artwork, okay, here's another big no-no for me. And I didn't do this on Kevin's, but because I think I assumed because he was my student, maybe he didn't have any, but I wouldn't put artwork because they're syncing this song to picture. And so you can put an artist picture if you want to represent the artist, you know, but by putting this might not suit the visuals of what the film or the project is about. And now they're looking on that. Like, for instance, and I was telling Mark from Sync Summit this recently because he always has put in artwork. I said, I was on the Production Music Association. We were doing a song critique like this. Somebody put in a picture of a pirate. We had a special guest who was a music supervisor. she said, if I weren't on this listening session and was not required to listen to the song, I would not have listened to it by seeing a picture of a pirate, because I don't need pirate music. So she already would have eliminated the song if this, if that artwork was in there. So I suggest don't put any artwork. Next, lyrics. I suggest don't put the lyric in the metadata, because so many times music supervisors come to me and they want to know if they can have the lyric. Okay, so who can guess here? What does that tell these people? What does it tell me? Right, Marie, what does it tell me if they are asking me for the lyric?
It tells you that they are interested in the song and you might not otherwise have known, and they will not be uninterested in the song just because you don't have your lyrics there.
Correct. And I won't get what with that music supervisor? Or
relationship.
Correct. So I know that people say, oh, but there's lines that they might be looking for. Well, you have so many descriptors in your metadata, Sierra. It's really good. You don't need to do it. So this is my opinion. Other people might tell you differently, but I'm telling you, like, constantly people are writing me, hey, Michelle, can I have the lyric? Okay, that tells me I don't have to write them and go, oh, do you like it? I know they like it. They need the lyric, right? So this to me is super, super important, those two things. And well, three things: don't put the date, don't put artwork, and don't put the lyric. So other people will tell you differently. But again, also, I'm coming at it from the person pitching the songs, like you are, the person creating the songs. I'm not coming at it from the point of the music supervisor. The music supervisor doesn't want to interact with us. So of course, they want everything, and the whole cow. They want it all. They don't want just the milk. But if we give them the whole cow, they have no reason to talk to us. If we tell them the year, they might dismiss the song. So I'm coming at it as the person's pitching, right? And that's a different place than if you have like Mark Freezer from Sync Summit, who I, again, give classes to, and we dispute this, but he's on the other side. We really, this is my opinion. And it's such a great song. So thank you so, so much for giving it to us. Was that helpful?
Oh, that was so helpful. That was all really, really great information to know. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. One more song, then we'll take a couple of questions. So let me go back to sharing my sound. I'll get faster at this as soon as I get used to this. Okay, I'm sharing my sound. Going to the next song. The next song is, well, it was supposed to be Lou's song. Lou, did you have a song you wanted us to play? Or are you okay?
I'm okay. It's good.
Okay.
I've done metadata before because I have a library, so I have everything there.
Great.
But
okay.
I'm learning.
Good. Well, we're glad you're here, so it's fine. So the next song we're going to go to is Pete's song. Okay, putting it into the chat. It's called "It's Not Really a Bad World." And Pete, come on and tell us about your song, what you want us to know about it before we listen.
Oh, wow. The only thing I can say is that in the bridge, I borrowed a thought from Ralph Waldo Emerson and made it into part of the song because I thought it fit. And gee, I don't know what else to say.
Well, that's fine. It's in the public domain, so there's no problem with that. And also, it's a very cool thing that you did that.
I was excited by it to see that and that I could use it. So yeah, I thought it was kind of fun to incorporate that, find a way to.
Yeah, that's great. So we'll all look for that while we're listening and reading the lyric, and that's totally acceptable. So good for you. Okay. Anything else?
No, that's about all. I don't remember what made me write this song, to tell you the truth. It's been so long. It had something to do with, the state of the world and my response to it.
That's
Something
good
like that.
though. I like that. That's great. That's great. All right, let us have a listen, everybody.
Have you ever seen the sunrise from the shore? Felt the ocean lap your feet and heard its roar? Sense the meaning of your life in its rapport, which made your heart feel new? Oh, it could happen to you. It's not really a bad world when you find the one you love. Ooh, it's not really a bad world when you find that love's enough. Hear the old man laugh at children in the street, running for the ice cream man in their bare feet. All the flavors of the summertime are sweet when your heart is full. Ooh, it's not really a bad world when you find the one you love. Ooh, it's not really a bad world when you find that love's enough. Who can say what the hands of life will bring, or if being here adds up to anything? Still the earth is laughing, flowers in the spring, laughing right out loud. Ooh, it's not really a bad world when you find the one you love. Ooh, it's not really a bad world when you find that love's enough. Ooh, it's not really a bad world when you find the one you love. Find the one you love. Ooh, it's not really a bad world when you find that love's enough. When you find that love's enough.
Whoops.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so yeah, that extra
Sorry about
song
that.
there. That's okay. That's okay. So anyway, this is really cool, Pete. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. And let me say a few things. First, it sounds so cool. And I glanced over and I saw somebody said something about the calypso-y vibe. and I agree. That's really great. It's got kind of a 1970s retro vibe. So if I were pitching it, I'd be saying that. I'd be saying that it's got a retro 1970s vibe. It was almost like a bit CSN, you know, Crosby, Stills, Nash, you know, not the young because it doesn't have all that high stuff, but I really do like it. I like the lyric a lot. Personally, for pitching, I kind of wish it was, ooh, it's really a good world, instead of, ooh, it's really not a bad world, because it would make it much more pitchable, because it would make it happy. This, even though it's happy, because it has a negative line as the hook of the chorus with not really a bad world, for me, limits it a little bit in the pitching. it would be cool. Ooh, it's really a good world. That would be so cool and it would work. And I would kind of vote for that. It sounds good. The vocals sound all nice and tuned and timed, which I like. Thank you. The song is too slow for me. Like I would bring it up at least 5 BPM. I'd even try 10. I'd push it hard to give it some energy and some tempo, because it's kind of like sluggy, and it's a peppy song. So I would definitely bring up the tempo, which is an easy thing to do.
Right.
I would, the end of the song, first of all, it goes around too many times at the end, and I would cut a chorus off. And also, you don't want that ending with that long fade. The music supervisors and DJs hate that. You definitely want it to end hard, right on. It's really a bad world. End. Don't have all that stuff at the end. Nobody wants it, and it inhibits the pitching purposes of it. So I would do that. Now, another thing that's happens when people like music supervisors these days listen to songs is that they look at the waveform. And some people have heard me mention this. When I first heard that, I was horrified. I was like, what? You look at the waveform before you listen? How disgusting is that? And then, well, why are they looking at it? Because they want valleys, they want dips, they want points where they can cut. If we look at your waveform, it's exactly the same all the way through, because nothing changes in your song. Even when the bridge comes, I would have made the bridge a breakdown and taken those drums out and done something special with it. Instead, it's got all the same instrumentation and the exact same drum beat all the way through the song. Doesn't even have any drum fills, So that's not good. That puts it in the land of demo, not in the land of master recording. And I would really love to see you do some changes in here where things pick up a little bit, where you break down, especially the bridge, for those cool lines that you're so proud of, which are great. And that for me was a big consideration, that nothing changed. Right? The recording is good. I mean, sonically, it sounds good. You did a good job, but it's just that it's all the same all the way through. So that is what I would work on. Cool?
Yeah, for sure.
Good. Anything else you want to ask, or should I check your metadata? Would that be nice?
Oh yeah, that would be great. I'd appreciate that.
Sure. Awesome. And anything else, just let me know. Let me stop this share and start the other share. And share this. And go to the song. Okay. And also, now just while I'm going to the song here, you start the song with parentheses. That's not a good idea. Makes it difficult to search for, and not a good idea for your metadata. Can everybody see it? Yeah, just you can see it. Okay, great. So I would definitely not have that. If you're going to have parentheses, a bad world, that's okay in the second half, but right at the top, kind of not a good idea.
I see. Yeah.
Okay. So album, great. Okay. So again, you don't need to put 100%. That's not necessary. And you have your name twice, which is very confusing and not necessary. All you need is Petro G, Papa George, BMI.
Right.
That's it. You don't need all that other stuff, too much stuff, slashes, all that. Get rid of it. Then you have the publishing once in a lifetime BMI. That's great. They already know it's 100%. There's one publisher. You don't need to put 100%. That's not necessary. Singer-songwriter, great. You put the year in. Again, I wouldn't put the year in, as I was discussing. Then you have your one-stop, your email and your phone number, right? Your contact information. That's great. You have male vocals. That's great. You have love, new beginning, together, reflective, romantic, uplifting. Okay, so I would leave off on this song, Love and Romantic, maybe, or put love at the end, because it's not really, it's more uplifting and empowering than romantic, really.
Okay.
And I would put in more descriptors that discuss the uplifting and discuss the empowering factor and the inspiring factor of it, and maybe put love at the end, because it's harder to sing songs that are romantic and love songs. So if you just put that at the end, I think that would be really good. And I would definitely give it a retro vibe. I would tell them that, because lots of songs are needed that are
Right.
retro, right? It's not like a bad thing. It's just if they know that and they see it in the metadata, that might help. They might be looking for a 1970s song or a retro vibe, or, retro rock or something. So to me, it's not just singer-songwriter. To me, it's got like a pop rock vibe, and you might want to add that in your genre.
Okay.
So I think the more, like, Sierra really nailed it with all those descriptives. And I don't think, Ashley, I use that many tags in mine. I'm lazy. So that was great, because that's really, really helpful. And I do like that you left out the artwork, but you did put in the lyric. And again, I would not, but that's up to you. It's everybody's choice. You can put it in if you want. I don't. Right? Unless I know that, like, the specific music supervisor wants a lyric, and then I put it in notes about them in my spreadsheet, so that when I go to them, I see, they need the lyric with the pitch, or they get it.
Okay.
I make a note. But if they don't ask me for it, I'm not volunteering it. And if they say that, oh, well, again, like, there's some line in there they might be searching for, then put it in the comment box and add some more text, right? So that maybe they find it there.
Mhm.
But again, that's totally up to you. Totally up to you.
In the comments, I'm not clear where in the comments you're referring to.
In the comment section, you have tags, right? All those tags, descriptive, smooth.
Oh, okay,
so
yeah.
in here, vocals, love, just
okay.
add some more
You would
that maybe come from the lyric.
Lyrics would go there if they're
No, don't put the lyric in there. It won't fit. Just add a couple of those descriptive lines.
Oh yeah.
That are key, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Just add some more,
Yeah.
rather than putting in the lyric personally. But again, that's up to you. If you want to. I have made so many relationships by not putting in the lyric.
You said you've made more relationships not putting in the lyric?
Yes, because again, as I was discussing before, then they have to come to me if they want the lyric.
Right, I understand.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's really good. It's just I come across people who are on the other side, and it just it confuses me. I can only take
Well,
so
as
much.
I was just discussing, those people are music supervisors. They don't want to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
They're on the other side of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
They're not people like me who are pitching, telling you. It's the people who are receiving the songs are saying that, and that's because they don't want to have to deal with you. This way, they just get the whole cow at the top, not just the milk.
Yeah.
Right? You know that saying, right? Giving away the cow with the milk.
I'm hearing it today for the first time.
Oh, really? That's such a common thing. So yeah. So it's like if you give them the milk, you just give them a piece. But if you give them the whole cow, then you give them everything.
Right.
They don't have to talk to you. So I suggest not doing that.
Okay.
But again, it's up to you. It's a personal thing. In my career, it has helped me. And also people say, well, they're looking for all those descriptors, blah, blah, blah. Most of the time when people use our music, except in a music library, we are making direct relationships with them. And that's how we're getting our songs used. It's not just kind of random. So they are listening and making their own notes and asking for the lyric if they need it.
Right.
If it's in a library, yeah, of course you give them the lyric because that's how the libraries work. But Right. Thank you, Carol. Why buy the cow when you get the milk for free? Thank you. So there you go. Thank you. And right. So again, you do what you want. Everybody do what you want. You know, I avoid putting the lyric in, the artwork in, the date in, especially. Yeah, I avoid it. So.
Well, I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much, Michelle.
You are so welcome. All right, let's take a few questions. Lou's been waiting for a long time. So hi, Lou, tell everyone hello and who you are and ask your question.
Hi, I'm Lu Ruenes. I'm from Mexico and I own a music library and I'm promoting a lot of artists. We started out a year ago, so we are super new. And we do have all this metadata, but we don't have it like in each file. We have it in the library. Yeah, and it's been really fun and very easy to know how you guys pitch your music. I don't know if my signal is great. Can you listen to me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's cutting out, but it's okay. It's okay.
Awesome.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hello, hello.
So we hear you. Can you not hear us? Lou? Oh no. Did she cut out? Are you there, Lou? Hola? Hello? Lou? Are you with us? All right. Well, when she gets back, hopefully she gets back. There we are. Lou, turn off your camera. That will give you more bandwidth.
Sorry. Here
That's
I am.
okay. Great. So we heard everything you said and why you should have the metadata in every MP3. Why don't you have that?
No, when I said about a month ago. So we've been creating relationships and inviting the supervisors to join our library because we have all the metadata there and they can find everything really quick. But since that really didn't like make any opportunities, we started to add the metadata and send but just 1 minute of the song for individual projects. So we do have the metadata, but we added, so we didn't have the whole information over there so that they could reach us. But it's tricky because I know that they need the information so they can pitch it right away. So yeah, we're like trying to
you should work on that, you know, hire or get an intern to do it for free and help you. You definitely want to have all that metadata. It's pretty essential. And also you definitely don't want to send people 1 minute songs. You want to send them the whole song because they want to see that waveform as we were discussing. They want to listen to the different parts of the song. They want to be able to go to the end and see if there's a fade. They want to see if there are things that break down. They want to hear the whole song. There might be something in the song later on that is why they use it. So you definitely don't want to send short pieces, everybody. That's great that we're learning because you're doing that, not to do that. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, because I thought like they don't have enough time to listen to all of the songs that maybe people are sending them. So that's
true, but that's their choice to fast forward and skip through it. Today, we're listening through the whole song so that we can identify everything. Even in most listening sessions, people don't do that, which makes me crazy because I feel like we can't learn unless we listen to the whole song. So I'm glad we're all here and listening to the whole song. But yeah, Lou, that's their choice. You definitely don't want to do that. If you're pitching to people, I always suggest if it's a cold pitch, send 1 song because like you're saying, they don't have a lot of time and they might have time to squeeze in 1 song. Then next week, send another song rather than sending 3 songs and 5 songs at once. Because if you send me 3 or 5 songs at once, I'm going to put it aside until I finally have a second, maybe Saturdays or Sundays or somewhere to listen. But if you send me 1 song and I'm between sessions, I might have a second to have a listen to 3 minutes. So that's my suggestion on that, but I definitely wouldn't want to hear 1 minute.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
But what was your question?
My question is, when I was like, I'm looking for the projects in IMDb. So I've had this happen the whole week. Like everyone answers, they tell me thank you, but they tell me that the project is already finished, like they are done with the music. So in what stage should I send the proposal of the music that it's available in IMDb?
First of all, let me say that it's really amazing they've written you back at all, because usually they'll ignore you if you do that. So you have met some really nice people, and I would keep them in a spreadsheet and make sure you contact them again, because they are so kind that they even contacted you back. That is very rare that they did that. So on IMDb, the best time to pitch songs is when on a film it's in post-production, okay? Because most music goes in post-production. However, there's a place, are you using IMDb Pro, not the free one?
Yeah, Pro.
Good. Okay, so then you can read the details. There's a section that says details and box office and release info, and you should be clicking on all of that, everybody here, to see what stage it's in, because it might say it's in post-production, but then it might say that the film is being released tomorrow or next week.
Okay.
So you want to check to see, is the film going to be released in 3 months? Because then they maybe have still time in post, but if the film is going to be released in a week, they're done. So you want to check. If it's a TV show, you want to go under episodes, and you want to see when are the episodes airing. And if it's a 13 episode piece and the next episode 13 airs this Wednesday, then they're done. Then that's how you know. So you have to do extra research in the IMDb. And also I suggest you look online as well. So if you find out something in IMDb or you don't find something, then you want to put in a Google search and see, is this project finished?
Okay.
Does that help you?
Yeah, for sure. And just as a tip, like what we did was look for the information of those music supervisors in IMDb, the names, and then we looked at them at LinkedIn, and then as some of the music supervisors started to add me, then they saw, oh, okay, Lou, so Lou knows Michelle, Lou knows Patti Carrera, Lou knows, so they start to trust me, and then I write an email, and the next day I send them a message in LinkedIn. Hi, I'm Lou, I sent some information, I hope that you like the song, I'm here, whatever you need. So we look for them like in 3-4 places, stalk them a little bit.
And the best place to look for the email address is in the film and TV guide. Do you have that?
Yes.
Great. So that's the best place to find the email address. So you're doing a great job, but what you're not doing is checking to see what status the films are in. If it's animation, if you're working in animation, then the songs come first, because usually they animate to the song. So by post-production and animation, you're way too late. But if it's just a live action project, then usually post-production, sometimes when it's filming, and it says on IMDb Pro that it's filming, sometimes, but mostly in post-production.
For sure. Yeah, the projects that we have, we work from the beginning, but the ones that we pitch to, then yeah, that's like the things that we need to work.
Good. Well, I think you're doing great. And again, if the people are even responding to you and writing you back, you have found some really nice people, because most often they're going to ghost us and not respond. So that's great that you found these nice people.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, you're a nice person, so you gravitate, have people gravitate to you. So that's good. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, one more question. Marie, what's your question? And then we'll go listen.
Oh, wait, because it was just 2 comments. I wanted to support you in what you're saying about those waveforms, because I was with Eamon Snell, I think was his name.
Naaman, right? Yeah.
Every single song he commented. Maybe it was like the first thing he looked at. He commented on that, And he said, people look at, and he kept saying, look at the waveform, look at the waveform, look at the waveform. And I'm just like, yes, absolutely. What Michelle says, she speaks true. It's totally.
Yeah,
then
and
there
it's kind of gross, but
it is
yeah.
gross. And he skips, as they all do, so fast through the songs. And I'm
Yeah,
just
he
like,
wasn't skipping through it. It was
oh yeah, that's
well,
right.
Elaine
Yeah,
who
yeah,
was
yeah,
skipping.
yeah, yeah.
That's
And-
irritating. It's so
and
irritating.
it's
I
really
hate that.
hard.
Mhm.
And I understand that's how they work. So, and he only had an hour or something. So yeah, I get all that. But, and then the other thing about the metadata in the comments, you had told me once, stop putting comments in because it uses up characters in between the words. And I thought that was so useful.
Oh,
Because
commas, you mean?
commas,
Yeah,
because
don't
that-
use commas or
use
punctuation, or it uses.
'cause
Yeah,
it
iTunes only has a 250 character limit in that comment box, so you have to be careful.
yeah, so anyways, I was like, I saw that, and I was just mentioned that you had told me that one time, and it was very useful because I could fit a lot more comments in there when you figure all those comments that you should take out, just eat up characters. So anyways, sorry, it wasn't
No,
really a
no,
question.
that's great. That's fine. Okay, I think that Carol has a question. Carol, do you have a question?
I don't. I'm listening.
Oh, you're
everyone's
not
asked-
iPhone? I thought you were
No.
iPhone. Oh, because a lot of times you're iPhone.
Hi.
Who's
Sorry.
iPhone?
Hi, I think you're probably referring to me. I had my hand up and I think it kicked me out. So all of the messages are also going in the chat, and I guess it took my hand down. So I had to raise it again. But my
Oh,
name is Anishka.
What's your name?
Anishka.
Oh, and Nifka, how did you come here?
Actually, I was supposed to be here 2 months ago. I just kept missing the Q&A. I think I spoke to you on I forget what call it was.
Okay, did you register for the Q&A? I didn't get a
Yeah.
registration. What was your name?
Anishka.
I didn't get a registration from an Aniska.
My
Did you?
assistant Carly, she registered it, so she probably didn't put my name in there.
Okay, we can talk about it later because I don't have your registration. But that said, what is your question?
Okay, I wanted to know, since this is the first time that I'm on one of the Q&As, will this be a playback? Because I know that it's being recorded, so I wanted to know, will I be able to watch it over because I didn't get
Yes,
to it in
as
the
long as
beginning.
I see that somebody actually registered, yes, there will be.
It's registered. I'll show it to you.
Okay, cool.
I can screenshot it and put it in the chat if you like. And then also, will you do a Q&A next time again with the music being played? Because I think in the email, I'm not sure if you do this all the time or if this was the first time where you get to play the music and
Yeah, I
let
do
you
it once
hear.
a month, except in August. And usually I do song critique. Every so often, I only do Q&A.
Oh, so ever so often, so you don't do this all the time. Okay.
Right, exactly.
And then I think you said something about a TV and film. I wanted to know if that was a hard copy, because I know you said before that obviously if it's a hard copy that sometimes the information in it is not updated. I just wanted to know, is there a digital version of that or is it just a
Yes,
hard
there's a
copy?
PDF version of it and a CSV version of it. Rich Ezra puts it out called the Film and TV Guide.
Okay.
Yes.
The film and TV guide. Okay.
Yes, by Music Business Registry. Okay, I
think
can
that
put the
was it.
link in the chat. One second.
Okay, that'd be
I'll
great.
find the chat, the
Yeah.
link for you.
All right, music registry. Ezra. Check.
Say that again. Are you saying something?
No, I'm just gonna make sure I screenshot it because it kicked me out. So I just want to make sure, because all the things that you posted in the chat, it disappeared, I guess, when I came back.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but it's mostly been the links to the songs. So
Yeah, the disc.
one second. Trying to find the link. If anyone has it, feel free to put it in the chat. I think we found it. Okay, I got it. Okay, that's the link for the film and TV guide. I hope you all can see that.
Save it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
Okay. Okay. So we got that. You can take your hands down if you've asked your questions for now. And we're going to go to another song right now. We're going to actually do your song, Marie. So introduce yourself to everybody because you didn't before and tell us about the song.
Hi there. Just person who writes songs. I used to perform, but we don't really do that anymore. We just have a lot more fun writing songs and playing in the studio. I live in southeastern Washington, and I've been learning a lot from Michelle's course, and it's inspiring and it's a lot of fun. This song, should I say something about the song? Okay, the song was inspired, first of all, by people who leave you and want to come back, but they don't. And it was inspired by it's a Greek myth about King Ceyx and Alcyone, and he goes out to sea, and of course he gets caught in a storm and he dies, and they get turned into kingfishers by the gods so that they can be birds and fly together. But it really is about my dad's Alzheimer's, and that's all I'll say, I guess. Oh, and it's not usually I bring you stuff that's kind of finished. Oh my gosh, this is not. It's not mixed. It's not mastered. So just I apologize for it. I just never bring you stuff this raw. So
yeah, don't apologize. To me, that's the whole point of bringing a song to something like a review or critique, is bringing it unfinished, because we want to get notes before we finish them. If we always bring them when they're finished and they're mixed and mastered, it's kind of dumb, because then you're not going to go and fix it because you've already finished it. So
that's what I'm finding out. So here it is.
Yeah, so I love getting them raw. I think that's
and it's not
great.
like, especially it's not mixed properly. I think the violins are like way too long and way too loud, and the vocals always sit weird until Kurt works on them and stuff. So
Yeah, that's fine. We'll listen to it with that in mind, and let me go back to sharing the sound, and then we're gonna all listen to it. Okay, so it's called Mythology. And everybody go click on the link so you can see the lyric, and I'm going to play it.
St. Damian's cross was left behind. It still hangs on the bedroom door, a victim of absent mind. It's blessing nothing anymore. My favorite blue t-shirt, yours, you crammed into a worn-out canvas bag. Hopelessness in empty drawers. I wave goodbye with a white flag. I promise you I won't get lost. You said, I promise you I won't get lost. You said, your static ghost has disappeared. Faith has come undone, and loss replaces fear. My heart can beat like a frantic wings against the storm of countless seas, but in a sad we keys. I promise you I won't get lost, you said. I promise you I won't get lost, you said. As the birds that will become.
Wow. Amazing. All right, Marie, this is going to be amazing. It's already sounding great. You sound great on it. I'm loving the production in progress. Your vocal sounds good. And the lyric is amazing. You have been writing amazing lyrics lately. You've
Thank
really
you.
worked so hard on
I'm
that.
working on that. Yeah.
And I'm just so proud of you. So I love this. I mean, you know, because I eat up things that are esoteric and lyric that's not quite making sense. And so for me personally, I love it. Does it does it follow completely? Not really, but I love it. Hopelessness and empty draws. I wave goodbye with the wife. I love it. The first line. I mean, I love it. I would say in the production, same similar thing I had said to, not remembering, maybe Kevin, which was in that first chorus, maybe don't put those answers so that we just hear the chorus, you know, I promise you I won't get lost. I promise you I won't get lost, you said, you know, just without the you said I'm lost answers, maybe just to solidify it. I would like that. Or if you really need it, just put it at the end one, not the middle one, so that we ingest the melody for a second. I really like that. I hope that when you work on the track a little more, you give us a little more peaks and valleys, like Naaman was saying. I think you have some going on, but right now it's a little full blast, and maybe if you drop it down here and there just a little bit, it might be really cool. I would even have an acapella section, a little acapella section where it's just you and that swirly vocal, like a breakdown chorus where there's no instrumentation. Might be really cool. But I really, really like it.
Thank you. Okay. And you're the one that changed my whole lyric writing because I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. I loved it. Anything else that you want to know? I mean, is it syncable? Who knows? But
Yeah,
it
well,
could be.
you know, I've given up worrying about that. And it's like, you know, eventually I'll get it out there. And then if it works for something, it works for something. If it doesn't, whatever. You know, somewhere out there, maybe. Oh, you know, did you have particular notes on the mix?
Oh, I wasn't paying close attention because I thought it was so in progress. But
Yeah,
overall, except for the fact that there's not a lot of peaks and valleys, the mix sounds really good. The vocals sound really clear. The instruments sound clear. I mean, I think that it's going to be fantastic.
There was some little like noises in the background that were kind of like combination of bird children noises or something. Is that annoying? Will that like make it bad for singing?
No, I mean, you don't need to have it all the time though. You know, you could cut it a little bit. Yeah, no, it didn't bother me because it was so swirly and ethereal that it kind of just blended in. It didn't sound like sound effects. It kind of, to me, it sounded like part of the production, and I really liked that. So I found it to be very, very beautiful. But again, I wasn't, you kind of told me it wasn't really produced, so I wasn't, you know, listening that hard. You can always send it to me and I'll listen to it again if you want. And but I mean, in terms of like one of those true crime investigate, like those shows Naaman was talking about, this could be good for that.
Right.
You
Right.
know, because I watch those shows all the time because my husband watches them. He's always got them on, and they always have that kind of ethereal music in them and female vocals. And I could totally hear him using this in one of those productions.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's a totally syncable thing. You know, I loved it.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Michelle.
it was
I
really
appreciate it.
cool, really special, and
Thank you.
and especially, you know, knowing that about it's about your dad is so nice for all of us to share with you, even if somebody else might not know that.
But thank you anyways. Thank you.
Yeah. So again, if you have questions, we're going to go back to questions. Don't put questions in the chat. Okay, we'll come back to Q&A. We'll listen to one more song, and then we'll come back to the Q&A. So let's see, the next song we are going to listen to is Alina's. Okay, great. So Alina, come introduce, oh, you introduced yourself again before, but tell us about the song and what we're listening for and listening to and all that happiness.
Okay, well, the name of the song is Moving Up. And I guess it's just about how I feel at this point in my life. You know, pretty much it's a inner emotional dialogue with myself. So, and actually, Michelle, it was the first song that I sent you during pandemic, the first song you actually critiqued. So then I took it and I took what you said in consideration, of course, excuse me, and I made the changes, and here it is again.
Well, that's really neat. Okay, let's see if I remember. But even if not, that's so great that you've
For
been
a long
working
time.
on.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
hold you up
that's
for that.
years ago. But great. Okay, so wait one sec. Let me click on it, everybody, and you'll get the lyric. Okay.
I don't know if I'm going crazy or maybe I'm just waking up. With every breath and beat of my heart, the only way from here is up.
my goodness. Alina, what a journey that is. Wow, that is really cool. All right. So that is super cool and so energetic. And you sound great. You always sound great. Your vocals are amazing. So this is like one of the first few times ever that I've said, this is almost too fast. It was frantic.
No, it's the second time you said that about another song of mine.
Okay. Yeah, I know I barely ever said it, I mean, in my whole life, but usually everything is too slow. But I feel like you could slow it down a teeny bit. I don't know.
It's for the pros, it's for the clubs, it's for the people that can't keep up, moving up and moving fast.
Okay, great. Well, then if you have it for that, then and you're happy with it, then
But
that's
no,
all
thank
that
you.
matters.
I get what you're saying.
All that matters, because it's a little frantic for me. So I loved it, but as I've mentioned to you many times before, you are the star and your vocals are buried. In some spots, your vocals are so buried I can't hear them, and overall the instrumentation is drowning you out. So I would suggest your producer raises the vocal 2 dB, 3 dB, gets you out in front so you are the star. Because those horns are so loud and those pads are so loud. Everybody is drowning you out, in my opinion. But again, that's just my opinion. And if you think that it's good for the clubs this way,
no, that was
then
you're absolutely right. We worked on some balancing some instruments, and I think that on the way we lost me.
Yeah, I think you lost you. And you are so fabulous and you're the star. And I can assure you that everybody coming to see you perform wants you. They don't even care about the song. You're beautiful and you're a great singer, and they want you to be loud. So, right? Like if you listen to a Jennifer Lopez song or something, you know, in the Latin vibe that you're in, and she has a remix, she is blasting. You know, the music is kind of there, right? But she's blasting. You want to be blasting. So, but other than that, I really, really like it. It's got so many different sections, and that's really, really fun. I like when it breaks down a little bit, and
Thanks
that's
to you,
really
made me
fun.
do that. I rewrote all the pre-choruses and the bridge and everything, and you know, I did a lot of work after you critiqued this one.
Yes, I really, really like it. I mean, and of course it's a club song, like you're saying, so the lyric doesn't have to be so weird or esoteric. It can just be point blank like it is. I, of course, prefer more detail, but it's fantastic. I think that it's going to be really, really great when you're the star.
Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate it.
Anything else that you wanted to know?
No, I'm gonna get back to work. And,
okay, great. I think it will be good for sync too, for dance scenes and dance clubs and Latin clubs, and there's lots of those in so many movies and shows. And I could totally see the whole crowd dancing to it and everybody working.
And you know, speaking of the speed, of course, I mean, it's very easy to just slow down just to test and see what it is. So it's not gonna hurt. I will try, you know, just a teeny bitty slow, just to see, you know, any.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that, because it was for me kind of frantic, and I was kind of like, the journey went by so quickly. I wasn't ingesting it well, you know, and I was thinking
like that. It was about time and moving so fast and going like a train going through the stations, and everything was very symbolic of the ticket don't stop, you know, like you gotta move, you know. So that was kind of
okay. Well, you know, it does do that, and it does move, and nobody's going to tell you that it doesn't have energy. And I loved it. Just make you the star. Make you the star.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate you too, Alina. I know how hard you work too. So I love that.
And
Excellent.
also, I'm sorry, Michelle, I want to apologize. I'm excited. It's a big day for me today because I'm getting the rest of my equipment. I am now having my own home studio, and it was very inspiring because you inspired me to own my music, and now I will be owning my music. So,
Yay,
and
that's
then-
fantastic. And is your producer going to come to you then so you can work
well,
there?
he has been, but we're having problems because his system is different than mine, and I need to completely separate. Eventually, I mean, we're finishing what we're working on, of course, but from now on, I'm just I'm learning how to do it myself, pretty much.
I totally understand. I totally understand. But I think it's
You see me
great.
disappearing for a second, I have to sign for them, so I apologize.
Yeah, and then actually we'll go to your metadata, but I didn't go. Marie, do you have metadata in yours, even though it's a work in progress?
No, I only had information in the disco file. I didn't have it in the MP3 that I uploaded. So
Okay, no problem. No
I
problem.
do have made it. I think I hope mine is correct.
Okay, let's check it when you go answer the phone or a door or whatever you
No,
need to
I'm here.
do.
I said if I disappear, they come. I might have no. They're not here yet.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll go do that. And one sec. Share that screen. Okay, open up the MP3. All right, here it is. And this is minor, but to everybody, I suggest type your song title in capitals so it's easier for the music supervisors to find it in their mess of things, right? So if it's not in, yeah, then it's harder for them to find it quickly. So I would do that, but let's see. So artist, good, moving up, good. Our album artist, Alina, good. Okay, composer, you don't need to put in your IPI number. That's an unnecessary information. And
you didn't know that?
Yeah, unnecessary. They don't care, and it takes up space. The same with your IPI number for your publishing. Don't need to put that in there. That goes in that spreadsheet, the metadata spreadsheet we were working on in class, but definitely not in your
I was trying
iTunes.
to be exact.
Yeah, that's fine. I would again leave the year off because you don't want to date your song. And let's see, we have female vocal, pop dance, upbeat fun, very good. Okay, contact you, very good. Okay, you don't have to put written by here in the comment box because we already know you wrote it. It's in the composer box. What I would love to see you have more of in the comment box is more things about it, like Sierra did, you know, uplifting, empowering, frantic, energetic, you know, about time, you know, things like that.
Tags,
more tags. I would love to see you have more tags and take out the written by Alina part. And let's see, if you have one stop, you clear it in, you know, that's great. I love that. And now I would not put the master is owned by multiple people because then it's not one stop. That's confusing for them.
Oh.
So you
So
definitely
I have contracts with those people saying it's okay to license.
Yeah, I would leave them out.
Okay.
Don't put, because it's just confusing adding more names. Then they're going, wait, it's
Just
one
put
stop.
my name and I'll deal with it later myself.
Exactly. That's
Perfect. Thank you for
much
that.
better
Makes
for
sense, and I
you.
prefer that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I would leave off the artwork, but it's up to you. If you're going to put in artwork, just put in your artist artwork, your
The
picture.
reason was normally this is exactly the same graphic, but my picture changes, and this time I just ran out of time.
Okay, but in the when you pitch it, you know, a picture of you is great because you're an artist.
Yes.
But you don't want to have like the red and moving up because maybe then they think it's what you think the song is about. Right?
No, it's always me. It's yeah. I'm sorry.
But they don't know that. And so and again, I would leave the lyric off, but it's up for you. Up to you.
I put it in for you because for the made it, you know.
I had it in the disco file, the lyrics. So
okay.
right. Yeah, so I didn't need it in there. So, but that's fine. You know, you did great. You did great. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Now we are going to go back to advanced and hear the next song. for sharing. 1 second. Sound, share. Okay. Now, next, we are going to go to Trace's song. Trace, are you here? I don't think Trace is here. Huh, I wonder why. I'm going to wait then for his song, and maybe you couldn't make it yet. And next I'm going to go then to Carol's song. Carol, come say hi to everybody and tell us about the song.
Hi. So I believe that I sent Hold On, right? Or Let's Take Off.
You sent Hold On, Let's Take Off.
Right. I'm not sure which the title should be.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
This one I wrote, I basically wrote it to a pop bass line and drum track. And
Okay.
then it had an extra part in here that the producer for some reason dropped out. But then I contacted a producer I know who's had a lot of good luck recently. He had a big Disney hit, and we've been friends for years. He's a fantastic pianist. His name is Cass Weinbren. And
yeah, I know who that is. Sure.
Oh, okay. And I said to him, you know, could you oh, and the bass line, basically I also switched it into a different tempo and a different key. I said, I don't want to hear anything that I sent you. Create something completely different. And he did. So the music, we're going to end up, I'm going to be the writer, but he's going to be the co-publisher and the co-master owner. And it still has a little bit more work to do. And I hired a singer from, I think from Sound Better for this.
You think? You're not sure?
Well, this one was a writer from a class I was in with Gabrielle Candiani. So her name's Alyssa Oberst.
Okay, so wait, I'm confused. I lost something there. You hired someone from Sound Better, but you don't know who it is, but you do know who it is?
No, she is on Sound Better, but I knew her from a class I was in. So we didn't do it through Sound Better. We just did it through
that's
each
fine.
other.
Yeah, great. Then that doesn't matter if she's on Sound Better. That's kind of moot. Okay, great. So you have work for hire paperwork with her?
I do.
Great. Okay, so that's good. So 1 sec. Okay, so now what happened to the original writer of this song, of the track?
I wrote it.
You said you wrote it to a track.
Oh, so no, I wrote it. I found a bass line that I liked and in a different song, and it helped me write. I changed the tempo and the key. I pulled in a drum loop from Logic, but then when I sent it to Cass, I said, I don't want to hear any of these elements. I don't want to hear these bass lines. Come up with a totally new bass part and create beats.
Yeah, okay, I get it. Really, technically, that's not okay because technically you use somebody else's music to write a song to, and they should technically be a co-writer of the song in the future. Just know that.
Okay.
I mean, it's if you went online and found one of my songs and did that, and then that's not nice. So I would suggest in the future to be aware of that. If you write to someone else's beat, loop, sample, they are a writer on the song because that's what inspired you to create the song.
Right.
So, I would just make sure your ducks are all in a row and somebody's not going to come back at you for it. And also, kind of, it would just be a nicer ethical thing to, not do that, or certainly not share it in public.
Okay. Well, I didn't use the entire, I found a little part that I liked, and it just helped me when I synced it up to a Logic beat. What I noticed about pop songs is that they don't really change. Like when I write songs, I change my chord structure in the verse and the chorus, and I didn't hear that happening. So anyway, this is
Yeah, that's fine. And yes, some songs, like hip hop songs and lots of dance songs, sometimes one chord. The whole song is one chord, and then it's all about the
right,
peaks and the valleys and the changes in the instrumentation and the track and the melody.
right,
You can write a million melodies with one chord. So
right.
for sure,
So
I
it was
understand that.
not really, I didn't take an entire song and run a bass line through it. I took a piece that I liked that inspired me, and I cut and pasted it against Logic drum track, and then we dropped all of those things.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying in the future for everyone, not just you, for everyone to be aware of, we should be aware. That's all of these things, not judging.
Okay.
Not judging. So basically now, why isn't it a co-write anymore just because Cass just did the arrangement?
Yeah, I did.
Great.
Yeah, he did the instrumentation.
Okay, perfect. And so you didn't pay him to do it. He just did it for a share?
Yeah, I asked him if he wanted to do it as a work for hire or as a co-publisher and co-master owner, and he chose the latter.
And I can understand that. Although again, just because we're all here, I would totally advise against that. I think you didn't
Really?
Yes, I would never do that. If I have somebody, I want them to be work for hire. I want to pay them. I want them to go away. I don't want them to have a piece of the publishing. I don't want them to have a share of the master. And I especially don't want them to have a share of the publishing. Even if I gave them a share of the master, because what happens if you make another master? Or what happens if Celine Dion records it and she totally rearranges it? Now you've given away publishing for a master that might never exist again or might never be used. You've given him publishing.
I thought the publishing went with that particular master.
No, the publishing goes forever. It goes with the song, with the title, not with the master. The master goes with the master. So, but now what you've done, because you've given him a share of the publishing, is any other new master you make of this song, he is a publisher on. And yeah. So that's so great that we're learning here, Carol, because that's why we're here, to learn. And so for everyone here, not just you, that's such an important thing for us to know, is don't do that, because, there could be 80 million masters of one composition. And if we give away the publishing, that's not a good idea. So, I wouldn't even give away a share of the master to somebody I'm hiring who didn't, I wouldn't personally, but okay. That's not awful, but don't give away the publishing again. Next time, think about it. Of course he jumped on that. That's a great deal.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, that's why we're here. And that's why all of this stuff is priceless. And me too. We've all done stuff in our careers that maybe wasn't the best idea. And then we learned from it. And now we don't do that anymore. You know what I mean? So not a problem. But let's listen to the song, and also let's all pay attention. Carol wants us to pay attention to the title and what we should call it, right? Carol, and anything else we should be paying attention to while we're listening?
No.
Okay, great. Okay, so everybody, read the lyric. It's in that little I circle with the I, and we will play this song. Okay.
Hold on, I got you. Buckle up, buttercup. Hold on, I got you. Push the pedal down hard and let's take off. Shiny silver ring spinning in the moonlight. Speed it up. speed it up, it feels so right. Hold on, I got you. Push the pedal down hard and let's take off. Ready? I'm ready now. Get set and go, 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 hold on, I got you. Buckle up, buttercup. Hold on, I got you. Push the pedal down hard and let's take off. Shiny silver ring spinning in the moonlight. Speed it up, it feels so right. Hold on, I got you. Push the pedal down hard and go, 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 go. Shiny silver ring spinning in the moonlight. Buttercup. Speed it up, it feels so right. Go, go, go,
Oh, yay. Very nice. Okay. So that is a really cool, vibey song, Carol. I really like it. It's not a standard traditional song or piece. It's really, really cool. I could definitely hear it in a sync. I could hear it in one of those airplane disasters almost, you know.
Oh my
with the-
God.
with the hold up button. Yeah, my husband watches it all the time. But you know, just the go, 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 you know, I hold on, I got you. I mean, it's really, really cool. The lyric is simple, but it works really well with this. It's repetitive, very repetitive, and I wouldn't hate maybe if it wasn't so repetitive in the lyric, but it certainly works, and it's certainly fine for this piece. The instrumentation is very interesting, very cool. The vocal sounds good. It's all nice and tuned and timed and sounds all happy, and I really like it. The ending for me, I thought it was over and then it kept going, so I would shorten it. It's
Where did you
kinda-
think it should have ended?
Oh,
Because
like-
I added the bridge. It actually did end earlier, and I felt like I wanted to layer the different parts on top of each other.
It was
So-
only in the last 20 seconds or so, like
Oh,
sort of
okay.
it ended, and then all of a sudden there was another part and it kept going and having stuff. So
Okay.
I would definitely, I mean,
ready. I'm ready now. Buckle up, buttercup.
so by at least 2:10, it was over for me, 2:15, and then it just kind of doing things, and
Right.
I thought it was enough. So that's just my opinion, but I really liked it. For pitching purposes, when you send a lyric like that, don't send it in proper lyric form, not all jumbled up like that in a paragraph. That makes it really hard for people to ingest and read if you're going to include a lyric like it is here included.
Yeah, I don't know why it ended up that way.
Oh, okay. But maybe check
yeah.
it, everyone. That's also another great thing for us to know, is to check these things so that we do. Marie, yeah.
I know why that happened. When she said it, she didn't know it. You cut and pasted.
I did.
Yes, you did. Don't type it in and it'll come up.
Thank you, Marie. I love how we
Okay.
learn from each other. Bravo, Marie. Thank you. All right. Shall we check metadata, Carol?
Sure.
Awesome. Okay.
I took the metadata course with you and Mark.
I know, and you were the star student in that course, I must say.
I have to say mostly you, and that was
That's okay. That's okay. But you were the star of of
Oh,
those.
thank
Those
you.
actually, I think we did it 2 or 3 times, and you were definitely the star of that. So wait one sec, and
I'm known for my paperwork.
yeah, that's really cool. So let me download this, and get it up there. Oh no, it's zipped. I can't open it if it's zipped. But, Carol, do you have
That's
it
weird.
unzipped? Yeah, I don't know why it's zipped. Let me
Yeah,
try.
let me find it in Disco and send it again. Or just post a link.
Yeah, you could post a link. Let me try. Wait, I think I got it. I got it. Okay. I don't know why it was like that the first time, but I was able to do it. So one sec. I think Debbie wrote she likes the combo title, and I like the combo title. I think it's cool. Because
I
hold
did
on,
have
it's kind of
okay.
boring. Yeah, go on.
So with the parentheses is okay?
Yeah, but the parentheses after. The problem with Pete's song was it started with parentheses, and that was kind of weird for a search.
Okay.
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, and I like it. Okay, so good job with the artist. Oh, you have work for hire. That's weird. Don't put that in your
That was before I asked you what I should write there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, you don't want to put that. Just put the artist's name. That's for your
Okay,
information.
you're the first. I think what I'm going to do is CLM with her name, Alyssa Oberst.
Yeah, so CLM featuring Alyssa Oberst, but you don't want to put the work for hire, the WFH in the artist thing. That's weird.
You're the first person to ever hear this. Actually, everyone in this room are the first people to ever hear this.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the metadata?
Oh, I didn't, like I said in the beginning of your Q&A, I didn't know what to do with that section.
Okay, great. So just put the artist name, and you can put your featured as, but you check with the artist, but you definitely don't want to put WFH in anything. That's weird.
I will not.
Good. That's okay. Okay, next. I would suggest leaving the year off, even though Mark likes leaving it on, but it's up to you, whatever you want. I wouldn't, because it could have been 2021, and it could have been 2020, and it could have been, and who cares? I don't want to date my songs. So, and then let's see, so you have the one stop, good. And you have your name and your contact information, very good. And then you have female vocals, great. You have the gender and female fun driving motorcycle. That's a weird tag. I don't know about that, unless you mean the band motorcycle, the artist.
No, I was visualizing when I was writing this, like a midnight speeding, clutching each other on a motorcycle.
No one's gonna look up that, or
okay.
Fast car. No one's good. You might want to put energetic. Driving is good. You don't need to put keys, drums, synth, all of that. That's not necessary. I mean, you can, but it's not really good. It's a waste of space. You know what I mean? You don't have to put C minor. Nobody cares. And you don't have to put 96 BPM because you already put that in the BPM.
Okay.
Right? Bass harmonies. You don't have to put that. What you want to put are more things about what the song is. And again, if you don't put in the lyric, which I suggest not doing, even though Mark likes the lyric, take out some lines that are in the lyric and put them in the metadata, and get rid of the lyric. So in terms of searches, and same, I would never put that in for artwork. I would never put what you have as the artwork, because maybe the visual has nothing to do with you're showing me this highway in multicolors and squirrels, and I would never do that. But it's up to you. Again, up to you. Maybe like with what I was discussing in the beginning, the music supervisor or person is going to see that and it doesn't match what they think the picture is, and they're not even going to listen. So
right,
it's up to you. Again, all those things.
What other descriptors would you say? Would should I say sexy? I mean, what do you think?
Sexy is okay, but the only thing is it limits its pitching. I might say vibey. I was thinking it was vibey. You know, you might want to use that. And you might want to use fun because it's fun. And you might want to use, what else can we use here? Energetic and empowering. I like uplifting is nice. Upbeat, things of that nature. No, go to Crucial Music and steal some of their tags.
Huh. Well, thank you so much. So, I've been writing. You know, this I wrote 5 of in this genre so far. Next time I look for a producer, I will not give anything away for the other 4. So,
Good. Good. Don't, you know, I mean, there's no point in that.
yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. I do recommend that. So let's see. Okay. Let's go to another song.
Thank you.
But I really liked it, Carol. Thank you. It's a really cool song and you know, different from what you do sometimes. But you do all kinds of stuff. So, you know. So let's go to Maria's song. Maria, come on. Say hi.
Hello.
Hello. Tell us about this. Tell us about your song.
So this song so I've been writing a long time, but not music. And I was going through a particularly hard time, and this song just kind of like came down, I guess. And I was like, I have to make this. And then I kind of made the lyrics and the melody and let it sit for a while. And then I'm like, you know what? Why don't I? Because I miss singing. I get so focused on writing that I don't do enough singing. And like, I need a songwrite. So that's how this kind of came to be. So
That's great. And you're singing it, right?
Yeah.
And so what is the stage of the song in? Is it
So
finished? Is it mixed and
finished.
mastered? Okay.
It's mixed and mastered. I didn't know this class existed before I, finished it. Like right when I was done with it, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. So
That's great. Thank you.
Oh, I
Yeah.
also have a music video that I shot for it. That's gonna
Fun.
be, that's being cut this month. So
Very fun. Very fun. Okay. So we will all listen for those purposes. And what other purposes are you interested in knowing about with the song?
maybe if there's people in mind, like, or artists in mind that would be good to pitch it to, like it's like similar style, that'd be cool to know. But
Okay, so everybody think about that. So you're more interested in pitching to artists than for synchronization.
I'm interested in everything. I'm interested
Okay. Okay, cool. All right. So we're gonna listen, and everybody, it's called Sinking Stars, which is a really cool title. I like the title. And yeah, click on the lyric and you'll be able to see it. So that's good. All right, and we're gonna play it.
I don't hear anything. I thought it was just
Oh,
me.
oh no, wait 1 sec, everybody.
I don't think anybody heard anything.
Yeah.
I'm glad you told me 1 sec.
You look like a sounded fun, Michelle.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, jump in next time if that ever happens quicker. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's see why. I think I didn't have the sound shared. Okay, so sorry about that. All right, we shall start again.
Is
And
there a link that I missed?
yeah, the link is right there in the chat. Maria, Sinking Stars. Do you see it?
Yes, the link is there.
Okay.
It's a little further up.
Yeah, I'll put it in again.
Got it. I see. We are all sinking stars. It's a link.
Yeah, Maria, Sinking Stars. I just put it in again. Do you see it on the bottom, Debbie? Okay.
Got it now. Thank you.
Great, you're welcome. Okay. Okay, and we shall do this again. So sorry about that. And hopefully, can you hear it, everybody? Great.
In a big city from a small town, we all break down. One foot in a circle of past long pain, hoping to run, but I feel the chains. I can't see my way forward, won't face my sins. I'll only take the road that's forgotten, 'cause I've always chased the wind, but it keeps pushing me to the bottom. Can't sleep 'cause I'm already dreaming. Can't dream 'cause I'm already sleeping. In a big city from a small town, my wings are made of black and white, but gray is the only thing inside. Wish the days were calm again. Wish my mind were a song again. My nightmares start to swim in this big city. In this big city. Can't sleep 'cause I'm already dreaming. Can't dream 'cause I'm too busy sleeping. I see sinking stars past the big city and the small town. I hope to set my bags down. Maybe then I can see my face again. I see sinking stars. I see sinking stars. I see sinking stars. I see sinking stars.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Thank you. So, this is such an interesting and beautiful song. I could hear it in some sync opportunities for some of those, like I was saying to Marie, those crime shows and dark shows and things like that. The lyric is very, very beautiful. For the music, and you have a beautiful voice. For the music, did you record this to a click?
No. So we did it, I wanted to do it like with vocal col voce a little bit because when we did it to the click at first, it felt too sterile.
Yeah, and I get that, but in terms of pitching, you need to record to a click.
Oh, really?
It can't be freeform like this because the music editors are putting it to time code, to
Gotcha.
time frame. They're in time. And for me, when I'm listening, I'm going, oh my goodness, what is the time signature? I kept trying to count it. And where is one and where? So
yeah,
I feel you have to re-record this personally. You could do it similarly, but you need to have a click. It needs to be in time, even if the time signatures change from section to section, but every section should be in time in a time signature.
Okay.
So in terms of pitching for artists, this is a pretty difficult pitch. An artist who does this song is the artist who created it. It's not a song that an outside artist would probably pick up. Maybe an indie artist who was looking for something interesting and knew you and was a friend, but there's no commercial major artists that I could think of that would want to cut this song. They would either write it themselves like Bjork, or, they would be looking for commercial songs.
Okay.
And this could be commercial in a sync, but not really for an artist pitch. So that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. And, in terms of pitching, the intro is way too long. And the best intro, 2 bars, 4 bars, no intro. The best thing with a song, super, super short, is the best for pitching. And the vocals are beautiful, but they're uneven. Sometimes they're blasting loud and sometimes they're too quiet. So I would want you to make sure your vocals are even. And sometimes when you are screaming, they're a little out of tune. So you have an amazing voice and you're an amazing singer, but we also have to hand tune everything these days. Nothing can be left out of tune. Even Celine Dion and Barbra Streisand are tuned. That's just the nature of this stupid world we live in, and everything is tuned. So like your ahs are a little pitchy, even though you're so amazing. And, if this were done 20 years ago, it would be fine. Now we have to tune everything. So I would work on that. And other than that, I mean, it's a beautiful song. The melody, the lyric, they're so interesting and so special. And I could totally hear this in one of those crime type shows, and in a promo too, would be super cool. And again, the instrumentation you're using is fine, but click in time.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope that's helpful.
Yeah.
Good. I feel bad saying things like that, but it's necessary because that's just the world we live in. Everything has to be in some kind of time. So yeah. So but it's so beautiful. So beautiful. And
yeah, I have one version, I think it's not mastered yet, that is in time. So I'll go back to it and see what I can do.
Yeah, definitely. See what you can do, and make sure when you're mastering that you use a limiter too, so that the vocal level gets a little more even, so it's not blasting and then quiet. And because, we're thinking commercial purposes, like, and so in terms of artistic purposes, we can do anything we want. And when you perform it live, you don't have to have time. You can perform it any way you want. But when it lives on the recording forever, we have to make it pretty, in terms of commercial purposes.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a really special song. It's very hard to review it because It's just so special, and the lyric is so special,
Thank you.
which I
Appreciate it.
like. Yeah, it's great. So thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions before we go to the next song? Oh, did you have metadata, Maria?
I don't know how to send it. Like I see it on, this is my first time filling in metadata. I
Oh,
see.
great. Okay, so the way it happens is you just fill it out in your iTunes, and
Okay.
then it appears. For some reason I can't close the lyric. Oh, there we go. And then it should appear. So like when I download the MP3, did you embed the metadata in your iTunes?
I believe I did. I
Okay,
wrote it-
let's see. We'll just download it, and then let me stop this share, and we'll take a look, and we'll start the other share. Kind of share. Okay. Let me see. Okay, let's go. Sorry, it's so many like little steps to like do this, to check things. Okay, so I have it now. I'm gonna go to song info, and can everybody see it? Yeah? Anybody?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And okay, we have your name, the album. Very good. Okay, so in the composer box, as we've been discussing, is for the composer, the songwriter, you, and the PRO information. That's it. We don't need all these extra lines you have here. We don't need your name twice and in different ways. You have to decide what your name is. And in terms of your name for the composer box, it's your legal name. That's how the PROs pay, is under our legal names, not under our, so ASCAP won't pay you like under your stage name. It has to be your legal name. Remember again, in parentheses, the ASCAP always in parentheses, and all of this LLC and Dawn Chorus Studios and the percentages and none of that. Just your name, your composer name, and ASCAP. That's it. In the grouping box, we need the publishing information. What is the publishing information?
So the publishing, that's my publisher. Like I have a company called Dawn Chorus Studios.
Great. So it would be, grouping box would just be Dawn Chorus Studios, ASCAP. That's it in the grouping box. Great. Again, I would suggest, it's definitely alternative, so you have the right genre. I would suggest leaving the year off because we don't want to date it. My opinion, it's great that you have the BPM. Okay, everybody, what is missing in this comment box that's of the most utmost importance? Yes, Debbie.
The clearing information.
The contact information, correct. So if you were to send this, Maria, out, every music supervisor would hate you. You don't have your contact information. How do they find you?
Gotcha.
So that is so important. You have to have your contact information, okay? And you don't want to put of a dreamy alternative folksy song because you already know it's alternative. And if you want to put folksy in genre, you can. But what you want are tags here, that it's ethereal, that it's a vibey, that it's whatever the lyric means to you. You want to put in there sensual, dark is another something people will look for, is dark songs, right?
Okay.
So you want to put in tags, they're called tags or moods or sometimes descriptives that talk about what the song is about, okay? But saying alternative folksy, we already get that. You have that in the genre, okay? And make sure you have contact information because again, there's so many people you might pitch this song to. The first thing they do, they're going to open up this metadata and there's no contact information. They're not going to listen to it because what happens if they like it? They might love it and then they don't know who it's from, who to contact. So that's super, super important. Again, if I'm working on something and I see this graphic for the artwork, I might not use it. It might not match what's going on when I'm on the beach in the scene in the movie and there's a stalker, right? Okay, so again, and the lyric, same thing, up to you. You want to put the lyric? I would not. But if you want to, that
Oh,
is up to you. Up to you.
So I didn't have the artwork, but I got called by the ISRC people when I was sending in the codes, and they said I had to have artwork.
That ISRC has nothing to do with pitching songs. So in other words, if you're sending a song to an A&R person or a publisher or a music supervisor, they don't deal with ISRCs. In sync, there are no ISRCs because they don't care about them. So with ISRCs, yes, to release a song, you have to have artwork. Yes. But in terms of pitching songs, you don't have to put in the artwork.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand.
Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. You sure? Are you sure it makes sense that you understand that? The ISRC is the International Song Recording Code. Okay? So that is necessary when you release a song because it's a recording and there's a recording code. Just like you need the UPC code for selling the song. But if you pitch a song for synchronization and it's used in a movie, in a TV, in games, and in promos, it doesn't matter what the ISRC is because we're not dealing in that world. We're only dealing in the world of our performing rights organization, yours being ASCAP. That's the only person, only entity that's necessary, and they only pay for performance for the writers and publishers. They don't care about the sound recording. They're not paying for the sound recording for sync. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. So there's no royalties for it. So you don't need to put any of that information. And in terms of the artwork, I would suggest leaving it out just in case, you know, but artwork of picture review, if you're the artist, that's fine. If you're, you know, like I'm a music producer and a songwriter. I'm not promoting myself as an artist. So I don't have even my photo. But if I were promoting myself as an artist, I would have a photo of myself. That's totally fine. That's not coloring what the song's about. But if you're pitching for a movie again and it takes place on the beach, and you know, I mean, I don't think we want to color our songs. And like that one music supervisor I was just on the webinar with, she said there was a pirate picture and she wouldn't have listened to it if she weren't on this panel because she doesn't need pirate music, right? And maybe it had nothing to, and actually that song was a heavy metal song. It had nothing to do with pirates, right? So I don't even, none of us could even understand why did he have a pirate picture to begin with, but the music supervisor had a problem with it. So your song is so beautiful, I don't want to limit its possibilities, right? Yeah, you're welcome. And for everybody, like, I just don't want us to limit our possibilities. And I have found in my career that sometimes less is more, you know, with these things, you know. And if the film takes place in 2021 and you put that it was made in 2023, they might not even listen to it, which is crazy stuff. But just sometimes they have to be really authentic, you know. So anyway, okay. Any Alina, did you have a question?
It was actually a quick comment about the cutting and pasting the lyrics for the metadata. You can actually paste them, cut and paste. They will come scrambled like that, but then you have to take the time and just put a space and you know, organize them again. But it's possible to cut and paste. You don't have to rewrite them, you know, all from the beginning. It's just,
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, you're right.
That's what happened to me. They came up so scrambled. I thought it would okay, and I looked again, and then I went and I did some work, and I saved it again, and it worked. So.
That totally makes sense. Totally. So thank you, Alina. Yeah. So excellent to remind us that. Thank you. Okay. Now, next we're going to Debbie's song. Okay, Debbie, come tell us about your song. We have a few more songs, everybody. I hope you can stay.
Hi. First let me say that I was under the impression till today that the song had to be like released with a distributor to be on my metadata on my iTunes, and then I was like, duh, it doesn't have to be. So I quick put it in, and I emailed you a screenshot, but not the first email, the second email of the metadata. So
Okay, cool.
I wrote this song and recorded it on my first album of my grown-up songs with my chick band, and that was the one I couldn't get any clearance from the other girls, so I re-recorded it, and which is better because now, of course, it's in the parameters that I've learned are optimum for syncing with auto tuning and short intro and vocalese. Love song, maybe wedding song. I know when we perform the song, it gets a lot of love and a lot of attention. I love singing it. That's what I have to say about it.
Great. So they're still the writers and you own the master.
I am the writer and I own the publishing and I own the master now.
Oh, well, what happened to their co-writing?
They sang on
Oh,
the
they
album.
just sang on it. I remember it. Okay, got it. Perfect. Okay, great. Okay, and the song is called Exactly As We Are. Great. Okay, let's listen. And let's make sure everybody that you can hear it. If you can't, shout. Okay. So I'm going to play it.
I don't hear anything.
I can't hear it.
You don't hear it?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. One sec. Thanks for shouting. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Okay.
I love you so much. Got to have you in my world. And when I feel your touch, then I want to be your girl. I must tell you I have waited for forever for the kind of man you are. Yes, and now it's safe for me to say that we are never gonna be apart. Stay exactly as we are. Never thought that I would get to see the fairy tale come true. But there's magic in most every moment that I spend with you. I must tell you I have waited for forever for the kind of man you are. Yes, and now it's safe for me to say that we are never gonna be apart. Stay exactly as we are. Whoa, live a long, long time with you. Gone, loneliness is gone.
Very pretty. Very pretty. All right. Very, very pretty. So here are my thoughts. I think that it's an unusual melody. For me, I like it, but it was not as catchy as I hoped it would be. It kind of meanders a lot, so it's hard for me to sing it back to you. And that's okay, but it could just be me, but I do like it. It's very folky, and that's really nice. Lyrically, I like it, but it's very repetitive. And I wish that the lyric had more meat. I wish that there was imagery and metaphor. It's very point blank, kind of prosy. And I, especially in this kind of a genre, like a lyric that really digs deeper and has more imagery and metaphor. I love the vocals. They sound beautiful, but there's a couple of spots where they're a little pitchy, especially those and the O's section, which I love that you did that vocalies. There's some ad libs there that are kind of pitchy, and I would work on the tuning there, right? It's a beautiful story, and I could see it in a wedding scene, and that would be so super nice and really, really good. Now, the recording for me is the guitar vocal. So it's got lots of vocals, but it doesn't have much instrumentation. And for pitching purposes, it sounds more like you were recording it live and performing it at a gig live. It doesn't really sound like it's ready for pitching to me. But again, I can be wrong, and there are calls for acoustic. But usually when I have an acoustic version, I have a full version of the song, and then I strip it down and have an acoustic version. It's very hard to only pitch a guitar vocal like this. And that said, you are so good at doing everything you do and getting stuff accomplished that if anyone can get it used, it's you. But I feel that I wish it had a real production. Right now, the intro is too long.
Okay.
And there's noise at the top of the song, right at the top. And there's noise here and there throughout, little knocks, little squeaks.
Yeah, that's my Olsen guitar. I liked the squeaking, so I left it. I had a guild on it, and then it wasn't squeaking, and I thought, I'm torn between the acousticness, the Belinda Carlisle thing, or do I want to put in the whole cello and the fit and the violin and get it all pumped up? So I had him wind it way back. I've got all that stuff, but I wound it way back, thinking it was plopping on top of the harmonies too much. So I hear everything you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, there's a place for this dialed back version, but in terms of the squeaks and the pops and the knocks, even though we all as musicians love that, I mean, it's great. Music libraries hate it.
Okay.
Music supervisors don't like it. It sounds like noise when it's in the dialogue, and even when it's alone. We have to get in there and clean all the mouth noise. So anytime you got to clean that. Anytime somebody hits the mic stand, anybody that says like guitar squeak, it's natural, but we can't have them in there. We have to clean that stuff and isolate every single track and clean it. So, I've only had to, I learned that because I had stuff like this, and then I had to fix it, and it takes a long time and it's a drag. So now I just say, okay, just clean it up when you make it, and then you don't have to deal with it. And, keep your own special version for yourself that has all the nice squeaks and noises that you like, and clean it. So yeah, so I hear what you're saying, and that's what I would suggest. I mean, it's a beautiful song. Again, for me, it needs imagery, metaphor, and I would have to listen to it many times, I think, to really grasp the line breaks and the melody, because it wasn't as catchy as most of your songs are for me. Like, I know your music so well, and it's so amazing. And I would say that this one is less catchy than I'm used to hearing. And again, that's just me. Is it bad? No. Is it not usable? No, it's just, I'm just one person here, trying to help.
There was a moment in it somewhere around the bridge where it goes kind of dead and there's just like a breath. Was that too dead? Do you remember that spot?
It didn't stick me. There wasn't
Okay.
anything that stuck out with me. Where is it? Do you know?
After
Where?
the long live along part, I guess it's the bridge right before the last chorus.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. It's so hard to find.
It's after the first two lines. There's long live along.
Loneliness
Is it there?
Yeah. Play that.
Okay.
Just before that.
gone,
Just before that.
gone, and I'm here with you.
Oh, before that.
Gone. Live a long, long time with you.
Here.
Okay, so those long longs, by the way, are a little pitchy.
Okay.
The harmonies. What happens there is not bad, but you have multiple breaths. Like you haven't cleaned the breaths where all the vocals stop. They're all stopping in different spots and breathing in different spots. So the stop is actually really nice. But when you have all that messy breath stuff going on, that's not good. Everybody needs to be clean at the same spot and stop breathing at the same spot.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean,
should the breaths be gone or should the breaths
I love
just be lined
breaths.
up?
So I don't like songs that have no breaths. I think it's not natural. Somebody played me one yesterday and I'm like, it was a ballad. And I'm like, where does the singer breathe? I mean, there's no breaths. So in dance music and in a lot of music, people take the breaths out. And I don't personally like that. But in the cases like this, the breaths still need to line up. They need to be together. So it can't be like 7 girls and they're all breathing in different spots and it stops. Right.
Yeah.
So I would just clean through that. And that's also the same as like the squeaks and the pops and the mouth noise. We have to make sure, because like a lot of times we make a punch and then we end up with, instead of one breath, we get a double breath and we end up with because we didn't clean the breath from one side and then we get both sides. So those are all the things that we have to go through and isolate in our every stem to make sure that we've cleaned up, and especially if a song is naked, right?
Let me ask you this. We recorded it a little out of order. We didn't know if we should do it all together or individually. So I opted for individually so that we'd be very tight and he'd have harmonies to work with and line them up. And then they put in a guitar and I hated it, so I took it out and I played guitar. And there was all kinds of shit all over the song and decorations, and I just dialed it back. But I just wondered the best approach. I mean, normally I'll do a scratch guitar and then I'll do a vocal and then I'll put down instrumentation and I'll redo the vocal if I want to and pull off the guitar if I don't like it. But it kind of went hodgepodge and went a little out of control for me.
Okay, so what's the question?
The question is, do you think this should have been recorded all 3 vocals together or individually?
No, always individually, just like you're thinking, to make it all clean, always individually.
Okay.
No, the only time you can record all together is if you're in a really crazy good studio that has isolation booths and everybody can be isolated to sing at the same time, so that everybody can be tuned separately, timed separately, their breaths fixed. But in our own studios, that's not as useful. And so, no, we want to record everything separately and have control over it for sure.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
You're welcome. I think you did the right thing in that case. Yes. So that's what I got. And, it's beautiful. I hope you work on it some more. Just get it really nice. And yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, next song is Jackie, are you here? Are you here? Yeah, you're here. Okay, let's do your song. Yours is next in both this. So Jackie, come introduce yourself, say hi and tell us who you are,
everyone.
because you didn't
So,
before.
yes,
Yeah.
I'm Jacqueline Cohen Beatty, also known as Jackeen. So as you see in the background, that's the music I worked on. I was on records in the past, you know, dance music and all that. So I have a song called "I Really Did Love You." Now I must prepare you for this. This has been on radio and people love it. The thing is, for sync, I'm thinking of revamping it to something more of the lyrically more positive. I produced all of it except for the drums, and it was mastered by Craig Levy of Little Pioneer Cider House. So he put it in time, make sure everything's in timing, and he mastered and mixed the track. But I did the instrumentation, I sang the song. But I'm trying to get it to another level now. He did a great job mixing and mastering, and I just want to get it to another level where it's going to be more, I don't know, maybe something that's more EDM or just different, you know, from what it is now.
Okay. Okay, great. So right now, I didn't listen to it before. Is it dance music now, you're saying?
It's not dance. No, it's kind of, well, it's kind of like smooth jazz, slow.
Oh, cool.
But it has a upbeat type of thing. It kind of gets into a rhythm, you know, of a like funk rock type of rhythm, I guess it is. But yeah,
Okay.
you can tell me more when you hear it.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, so we're gonna listen to it, and yeah. Oh, by the way, Debbie, I'll check your metadata, you know, from the email later. Yeah. Okay, great. And what Debbie said, actually, to backtrack for 1 second, was brilliant, that she didn't know you could put the metadata in without it being released or an ISRC code. That's so great that you mentioned that, because I almost released nothing. So of course I have metadata in all my thousands of pieces of music to pitch it, but I don't release them, right? Most of them don't even have real ISRC codes except the ones I buy. So yeah, so we need to put metadata in everything. Yes. So that was good that you said that. Okay, so now going to Jackie's song, "I Really Did Love You." We will listen.
Where were you when I was there? Did you ever experience what I feel? You don't have to say a word. There'll always be a special place in my heart for you. But how did I allow myself to feel that way? How did I allow myself to feel those deep things? How did I allow myself to be in that situation? I really did love you. I really did love you. You don't have to say
believe he put the drums in. Like the rest I did.
Yeah,
all of
you
it
tell us.
with the
Yeah.
drums.
Great. Yeah, you did tell us that. That's
Yeah,
great.
okay.
That's great. So very nice, and the drums are nice. Very nice. So it's beautiful. Your voice is beautiful. You have such a Taylor Dane sound on this song with the big ballsy vocal, and I really, really like that. Now, it's kind of sad, unfortunately, that most people don't sing that way anymore, and there's not a lot of call for it, as you know, anymore, which is unfortunate. For some reason, people with amazing big vocals, I can't, I used to in the 80s and 90s hire singers all the time with big voices, and now, I mean, almost like never, you know. I mean,
Yeah, I've heard that, and that's why, like, on some of the tracks, even like a few of them, there's other songs, I look for other singers, and it's fine. It's fine with me. I mean, I love to write, and I love to, produce, and it's fine. But yeah, that's true. I noticed that with the music today, with especially like film, it seems.
oh yeah, and it's actually frustrating because it's like what's so crazy. I mean, people have these amazing voices, and we're like, looking for people who can't sing practically. So it's a very strange situation. Yeah, but I love your voice. Your voice is beautiful. It's powerful, and it's so nice. So good, so good. So the song uh, is very pretty, very emotional, and that's a great thing. The lyric for me is another case of I need imagery and metaphor. I need a lyric that's got stuff in it, meat in it. That's me, maybe, right? I just don't gravitate towards a lyric that's very simple. So I feel like this lyric is telling me so much, but I wish that it told me it in not such a point blank way, like I'm looking at it. Like I wish that there was imagery, like if you not even listen, because some of Taylor Swift's newer songs are a little strange. If you read the lyrics from her two albums, Folklore and Midnights, her last two albums, the lyrics are amazing. They're amazing. Folklore. One is Folklore, that's the album, and one is called Midnights. And these lyrics are just so special, so full of interesting imagery and metaphor, right? I mean, even when you take my favorite Katy Perry line, do you ever feel like a plastic bag? I mean, she could have said, do you ever feel happy or sad? But no, she said, do you ever feel like a plastic bag? Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. I see that. I get that. Yes. Oh my goodness. I feel like that. Okay. That's what I want to hear, right? I want to hear, like in the old song, Coming Back to You by Marty Balin, the summer had inhaled and held its breath too long, right? It's a song about losing love, of loss, So that's what I want to hear, right? The winter looked the same as if it never had gone. I mean, he's using that with the summer had inhaled. I mean, I want to hear that. So I wish that your song had that, because the melody is so powerful and the vocals are so powerful, but I wish the lyric had more meat.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, lyrically that I wanted to do something different, because I'm starting to write more abstract. I'm starting to do more of that. I think I wrote the song a while back and produced it a while back, but I'm starting to really catch on to doing more abstract imagery type of lyrics, because
that's
I
awesome.
think that's needed, So,
yeah, I think so, because everything has been said. Now we are all left with this daunting task to come up with things that are original, and that is so much harder than writing "She Loves You," yeah, 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 right?
It
So
is
yeah,
harder.
yeah, it's harder. So I mean, everything's been said now, 60, 70 years later of pop music. So yeah. So I'm glad you're thinking about it, because I think that's really awesome, and using your amazing voice to give us that would be so special. So now this could be.
Producer-wise, I was gonna ask you, like, I mean, I'm trying to think of a direction for it. I like this vibe, but I mean, for sync, I'm hearing EDM out there. I'm hearing new disco. I'm hearing different things, and I'm just not sure. I'm trying to decide on a direction.
Right. So
Okay.
I was about to get to that. So just discussing, I think that this vibe is very 90s, early 90s, like Taylor Dane. And again, that's not bad if you want to do a retro piece, but you could certainly try to do it EDM. Of course, anything can be made into a dance remix. That's the cool part of EDM, right? Anything can be turned into that. And if you want to do that, you just have to find a producer who's very modern and knows that genre really well, and probably have, and if you sing it, probably sing it with not such a big ballsy tone, and draw yourself, bring yourself back. This particular version, the intro is 24 seconds. 2 seconds, that's enough. There's way too much intro. Okay. By then, people are thinking it's an instrumental, and the powers that be have turned the song off.
Yeah.
So, okay, so way too long. Now, in terms of the song's length in general, it's way too long. By 3:05, the song is done. All that minute and 20 seconds afterwards of just instrumental, that you can't pitch that. And also, we can't have fades at the end. So you have a fade at the end. And the only time we can have a fade at the end is if it's like a retro song and we're saying to the music supervisor, I'm so sorry, this is authentically from 1982, and there's a fade at the end, right? So we have to end our songs hard. That's like the biggest thing. Like it's all irritating, but again, I'm just trying to help everybody get their songs used, so, and be commercial. So that is going to help us a lot. Nobody wants fades. They're a big no-no. And instrumental sections, a huge no-no, right? We could have an instrumental version of our songs, which we should all have instrumental versions of our songs, but we don't want to have those instrumentals at the end like that. That's, the song
So
is
like 3 minutes, 5 seconds.
That would be great. That, to me, the song ended there. And like, 2.5 to 3.5 minutes, the song is optimum. The shorter, the better. So even 3 minutes and 30 seconds, 3.5 minutes, too long. Song is too long. Just short, short, short. That's how we're going to get our songs cut and placed and used and everything. If we have a little instrumental section, as Debbie did in her song, we want to put some ahs or oohs, vocalies, to keep people's attention, because once there's no vocals, nobody has any attention span, and they're gone. They're done, right? They turn the song off. Even if they like it, they'll make a note they like it, and then they'll go to the next song in their queue. They don't listen to through instrumental sections. And I've seen it happen in live meetings constantly. That's why I stopped putting them in. They always turn the song off. So, that's just the nature of it. We have to understand that these people are listening to hundreds of songs. And even though they love it and it's their passion and their job, they have no attention span. We have to keep them engaged, right? Debbie's ahs keep us engaged where those instrumentals might have been. So that's what we need to do. So I definitely think that you could turn this into a dance song with that melody. And I'd love to hear you work on the lyrics so that you added some stuff and that's more modern, into it. And Taylor, I mean, those lyrics, like, I wish I wrote them. I mean, I'm like, wow, they're so, so good, and
yeah, that's why I was saying, like, right before this song, looking for, I'm trying to work on the direction. I can write lyrics. I write lyrics to other songs, co-write with other people also, but yeah, I'm glad to experiment with that and more of that lyrical vibe that's more modern, and the imagery as well, behind that, because I think that's what's happening today, but also something that has meaning for me, that's genuine as well, that's not just lyrically writing for the sake of writing and abstract for the sake of writing something abstract. So, but you're right about it. Listening also to Taylor Swift and Katy Perry and, songs like that, just in terms of genre, in terms of, lyrically, like, as a reference. It's just good to know, okay, this is the style, this is what's happening now. Looking for a producer that's modern, for a dance song or a dance.
Yeah,
song.
and I have a couple. that I
Oh,
can
yeah.
recommend if you write me, you know,
love
that can do that. And
Yeah.
and yes, so we want to work on all of those things. So, and do you want your metadata checked, or is there no
Yeah,
metadata?
definitely.
All right.
I left some things out of my contact information, which I should have put there.
Good, you're learning. See, that's
Yeah, but
awesome.
I own the masters. I mean, I own the publishing. I own all of it. That so.
Okay,
That pretty
that's fine. So let's go to let's download it. Hopefully we can. There we
it should be
go.
in iTunes, but I hope it is.
Okay, and I have it, and I'm opening it up. And everybody, tell me if you can see it. Or a thumbs up, or do something. Nobody's doing anything. Does that mean you can't see it?
I see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I love Jackie though, by the way. That's beautiful. And then the name is nice. Okay, so now in your composer box, you have no PRO listed.
Yeah, and I do have. I'm with ASCAP.
So that has to be there in parentheses, right? Okay, so as we learned, you have to have that in there. Should just look like that. Okay, in our grouping box, we have no publishing information.
Yeah, and I have my LLC and my publishing with ASCAP. It's called Original Approach Entertainment. So
Great. Nobody cares about your LLC. You just put the original pro, what is it? Entertainment?
Original Approach Entertainment, yeah.
Okay, and ASCAP. That's it. Nobody cares if you have an LLC. That's for your own tax purposes. Nobody cares. Okay. And then smooth jazz. Okay, very good. Then year, I would leave it out once again, you know, unless it's a retro piece. And then putting Craig Levy did drums and audio engineering in your comments, no one cares.
Okay.
So you don't want to put that in there. That is of no interest to anybody but you and other musicians that you're chatting with. Nobody cares.
Okay.
They don't care if you did all the instrumentation and arrangements. That shouldn't be in there either. They don't care. Okay, what should be in there?
Contact.
Female vocal.
Yeah.
And then all the things about the song, emotional, what the song is about, little words, tags to say, you know, is it empowering? Is it sad? Is it dark? Is it meaningful? Is it enriching and uplifting? Is it slow? Is it those tags we have to put in there? And yes, our contact information, right? And also, if you want to tell us that you own it, you can put one stop. The word is one stop, right? If you want to tell us that you have everything signed off from any other entities that might be working on it, you can put the word pre-cleared. That's what that means. You can also put all in if they can pay you in one check, in one license, instead of having to go to multiple people to license the master, to license the composition, right? Then you can put, so one stop, pre-cleared, all
he
in.
put the drums in. I mean, I don't like if he.
You don't have paperwork with him? He owns.
No,
So
I have I have an independent producer agreement with him, so he signed that. Yes, I have that.
so you own it completely. He doesn't
I
own
own
it.
but he put drums in, but he might have used like I don't know if he used one of those programs or his own. I don't.
But what is he expecting from it?
Nothing.
Okay,
No,
then that's
nothing.
fine. You have work for hire paperwork with him.
Yeah.
Great. Then it doesn't matter what he put in. Nobody cares. But
Okay.
if he used a program that's not licensable and he used loops that he didn't create himself or beats that he didn't create himself, then you want to replace the drums so that they're played by hand. Kick
Right.
drum
I mean,
by
he said
kick
that
drum.
if he ever used loops, they are licensable. What he uses, and I checked.
He
with my
thinks
lawyer.
they are, but they may not be. He
I
thinks
checked
they
with-
are.
I checked with a lawyer on it as
Okay.
well. I told them the
All right.
program. They
But I
still
will
said
tell
it's
you
fine.
that a lot of lawyers don't know. They don't know they didn't read the license and they don't know that it's usable. It's usable for you to perform it live or put it on your CD, but it's not usable for sync. So you have to make sure of where they came from, what the license, the end user, again, the end user license agreement is for the company that he got it from. So I wouldn't be so sure that
He told me the company that I mean, like he told me the company that he knows, like he works with. He said in general, and I had sent it in general to the lawyer, and the lawyer, I mean, apparently it was fine from what I understood. Somebody's-
Okay, the lawyer read the license, read the
I
contract.
sent him the link to the company.
Okay, fine. I mean, if you're trusting him and you think he knows, because a lot of times they don't know and they don't read it properly. So, okay, great. So then again, nobody cares. They don't need to know him or who he is. He is inconsequential to them. Okay, cool. So you don't want to be putting that in your metadata.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, great. So work on your metadata. That's super important. And I'm glad you have no artwork and no lyrics.
Yeah.
That's good. Excellent. Okay, good job. Okay, now we have a couple more songs, and whoever can stay, I hope you're staying. It's so happy to support everyone. And as you can see, I don't like to race through things, so sometimes it takes longer than it can. And let me make sure that I get back to sharing the sound this time, which would be really smart. And while I'm doing that, Carrie, I think you posted in the chat something about always doing the instruments first. And I don't necessarily agree with that and don't necessarily always do that. So I think it depends on the song and it depends on the availability of the musicians and who's available when you need them, right? Because if you're in a rush and you have the deadline and the drummer's available, then he can play to the scratch vocal and the rough guitar. So yeah, I just thought I would throw that in there. And I'm going to go to your song anyway, Carrie. So come on and say hello, introduce yourself, and all of that happy stuff.
Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm a musician. I play drums and percussion, and what else am I doing? Trying to get into the sync business, and so glad I'm here and taking notes of all the stuff you're saying. It's really, really great. So,
Great.
saying that I'm a percussionist, this instrumental you're going to hear is pretty much. Let me look again. There's some oohs and ahs that are from a program, but with all the drums and tracks are mostly. See, I don't know, here's my keyboard, but I played in the solo you're going to hear. So it's a little rocking. It's probably a little on my system, like with my sevens here, that's kind of loud. So you might want to just prepare yourself.
Okay, that's okay. I can't adjust the volume when I'm sharing sound.
Well, I mean,
So-
yeah, but with other people though, when they come here, because it's trying to think of a good vibe, something to say. Here's the thing. It started out as like this is only like this. It might be a little longer, but I sent it to the Mix Me group in Facebook and asked somebody, and he said, "Well, it needs to be longer. It needs something else." And so I added longer, and then I finally made like a beginning, and then there's like a little. It's mostly like two halves. 60 and 60, something like that. Well, a little longer because I extended it. You'll hear what I'm talking about, because the first part will be not much drums, but when the 2 and 4 come in, you'll kind of know what the last half of the song, last half of this musical.
Okay. All right. I think I'm following. I'm not quite sure, but
Maybe.
we're going to listen and see. And also you were asking about All In, and Marie answered you in the chat, and she is correct that when something is all in, it means that the licensor can pay you in one check and one license. It means that the master license and the synchronization license can be combined, and that the one check, they don't have to pay you separately the license for the composition, which is the sync, and the license for the master. They can put it together in one payment. Yes. And Marie is right. Good job, Marie. So, okay, you have studied well, Grasshopper. Okay, let's see. And thank you, Marie, about my class. I appreciate it. And okay, so Carrie, we are going to listen to your song and try to decipher what you just said. And I'm going to it. There are no lyrics, everybody. This is an instrumental piece, which is totally fine. And we are going to listen. Rockin' World to Mars. Great title. Love it. Okay. That was quite a journey and very, very cool. So, Carrie, I like that. I didn't hear what you were saying, so I'm still not sure what you meant. But now that we've heard it, what were you saying?
What do you mean?
I
Not sure.
didn't hear that there were two pieces or something.
Oh no, it was usually just like two sections. Mostly the first part is going do 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 do. The first part, the second part is like 1 2 2 2. Well, the two and four rock beat. The second half that gives it the more energy.
Oh, okay, that's just normal stuff. I didn't really
Well,
hear. Yeah, yeah, that's okay. So I really, yeah, it's quite a journey. It's not too long at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was it 3:36. It's okay. You
I
know,
thought it was 3:40, but
mine said 3:36, but
well, yeah.
yeah, I thought it was fine. I mean, you know, yeah, mine says 3:36, but it's not too long. I mean, it borders on a little long, but it's fine. And no big deal. And I really liked it, but I felt like it needed a better mix. I felt like there's that fluty sound that sticks out. It's too loud and maybe just could be tucked back a little bit. I feel like I wish there were more peaks and valleys in it. It's a little bit all the way the same where it never stops. And I think in terms of licensing, it would be really great if there were some edit points where the music came down for a little while and actually did go somewhere else and then took us back to the energetic part. Because the music people are all looking for that, the music editors. They're looking for movement. And this piece is very linear all the way through, where it's just energetic. There's a little bit of dissonance in there, which for some people will be great. And for other people who are licensing, not so great. It will just sound, because they're not musicians, it will just sound
like noise.
Dissonant. Yeah, like noise. Exactly. Thank you. And they won't understand the complexities and the beauty that's going on. And we have to remember we are serving them, right? The word is always service. We are in service to these projects, to these music supervisors and directors and showrunners and producers. They are not in service to us, because we want to get our music used, and we need to serve them by giving them music they can use. So I would work on those things a little bit. Now, in terms of pitching instrumentals, because you were wanting to know all about that, instrumentals really need to be put in music libraries. One cannot really pitch instrumentals to music supervisors directly, because they are in the world of vocal music. They are not in the world of instrumental music. The only time they might be is if they're tasked with finding a composer for a film or TV show or game or ad or something. And when they're doing that, they're looking for people who have scored, not making pieces like this. But this is perfect type of piece for a music library. I love the vocal ease, all the vocal stuff in there. It almost makes it kind of like a vocal piece with African vocal or something. It's very cool. And I really, really like it. I think that will help sell the piece a lot, and should be discussed and mentioned that it has this vocal ease in it, because that's really nice and really cool. So I would work on it some more. I would definitely give it some sections that take us somewhere else. So then we come back to it and the feel, and then it feels great. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I was wondering, because it's a part of the term. It's from the keyboard to there, so it's MIDI. So I could probably change that sound to something else, so it's more. Oh, what's the term I'm thinking of? More, like you're saying, more of a
more pleasing, more subtle.
Well, yeah, more of a real line that's But like if it's a saxophone, for example, then it would be smooth. It wouldn't be all
Yeah,
great.
you could do that. Just make sure if you use the saxophone sound and you want it to be a sax, that you have great
Oh, yeah,
sounds.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to think of this one word. It's like a from the start, like a lightsaber. It's round. It's warm. It's like an actual scent. You know,
Yeah,
instead
sure. You can do that. You can try anything.
but
Yeah.
that's somewhere else to go. I guess that's what I need to kind of work
No,
on.
somewhere else to go is a different musical theme, is something that breaks down so it's not so energetic for a minute, something that slows down, something that's maybe a little orchestral, takes us somewhere else, different chords, different vibes. Yeah.
Different chords. Yeah.
Yes, that's what would take us somewhere else. Yes. Or at least broke it down where the drums come out, because you, even though you're a drummer and a percussionist, the drums are kind of incessant. And we really want them to stop for a minute, take us somewhere simple. Maybe you're just playing mallets for a second. Maybe you're just playing, you know, a conga for a second and bringing it down. Maybe there's no drums at all for a second, but you want to take it out. You want it to have a journey where it goes other places. And that's what the music editors are really looking for in instrumental music, that it takes us different places in the same piece. So I hope that's helpful.
Oh yeah, very, yeah.
Good. Do you have metadata in there?
I think I did. Yes, yes.
Let's see. Okay, 1 second. Okay, let me find it. Here it is. Okay. And let me share it with everybody.
I think I had that 50. I got that 200% in there. It probably needs to come out.
Let me see. I didn't see it yet. So
Oh,
let me see. Okay, can everybody see it? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. So let's see. You have the song title. Very good. And again, I recommend putting your song titles in capitals. Maybe they'll stand out more in people's iTunes and they can see it better. Album single, that's you don't have to put that, but that's fine. It's okay. Album artist, that's fine. Okay, yeah. So you want to take out that 100%, and you want to take out your IPI number, and you want to take out self-published in the composer boxes. No one cares if you're self-published, and all that other information is unnecessary. And it's obviously 100% because there's one person. So you want to take all that out. And then your grouping box, you have your name, kind of, that's not necessary. The grouping box is really for the publishing information, so you need to put BMI. Okay, I'm assuming that your publishing company is BMI, right?
I really don't have one, but I mean they're my pro, yes.
Yeah, so if your PRO is BMI, then you want to take out LLC because nobody cares. That's for your own tax purposes. You want to take out your name in the grouping box because the grouping box is for publishing information. So it should just say Kennard Music, BMI, and BMI always in parentheses like we're discussing. Okay, so your PRO name should always be in parentheses. That's proper. A listing of a PRO like this. I'm typing it so you can see it. And here I'm typing, I'm going to take all this out. There, that's it. That's all you need in this. You're going to have, eventually you should have a spreadsheet in Excel, and that has other information like your IPI number and things. But for this purpose here, this is all you need. So you have pop, that's great. Okay, 2023, again, I would take out the date. I wouldn't date your song because this could have been made in lots of different years, and I would take it out. Okay, again, yes, you can take out 200 in the master controlled by, but you can put in master control by, that's fine. But 200, I wouldn't do that also because most systems work on 100%, not 200% like BMI does. So most PROs split it 50% writers, 50% publishers share. They don't do even a 200%. So you would want to take that out. and just have master controlled by Carrie Kennard. For licensing, you're wasting characters, but you can say you can just put your contact information. You don't have to put for licensing, please contact. You can just put your email and your phone number. Okay. You don't have to write the word notes. It's not necessary. You can just put rock and synth. Rock and synth toward guitar sounds is kind of weird because no one's going to search that in a search box. And no one cares about drums. And you might want to put vocalese in there, you know, in terms of male, because it has a male sound. It doesn't have a female sound like male vocalese or male vocals. And contemporary music, no one's going to search for percussion and word percussion instruments. No one's going to search for. What they're going to search for is the word energetic, the word emotional, the word uplifting, the word instrumental you want to put in there. So they want to find moods and tags and descriptions of what the music is. One word is best. Like, you know, one word tags that they can lurk and search for when they're looking for music to find it. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. Simple, simple and straightforward.
Yeah, simple and straightforward, because nobody's gonna really look up contemporary music, you know. So I would work on your metadata, but you know, you have some nice concept of it, which is really good. And any questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good, good. Well, I really like the piece, and just remember for all the pieces that you are creating, that especially with instrumental music, they want it to go on a journey, and they like when things change. Okay, cool. We have 2 more songs, and let's see. Yeah, and eclectic, like Maria put to you, love the eclectic vibe. Eclectic, that's a word you could use in your metadata. That would be nice. Okay, so now we are going to Gary's song. And Gary, I believe you came in, didn't you? Are you here? Yes, you're here. I see you. Okay, great. So Gary, introduce yourself to everybody and tell us about your song. Oh, and you're muted.
Hi.
Hi, there you are.
Great event tonight, Michelle. I love hear what I'm hearing and your input. With this piece, this truly is a work in progress. I mean, it's hot off the presses, just like Thursday. This is a very basic vocal and piano. That's it. So the structure that you'll be hearing is the structure I'm probably going to be working with. So there'll be portions where there could be 6, 7 bars where you hear nothing, but I'm going to fill that in later. So hang in there for those 6 or 7 bars. And this is a song. I didn't write this for sync or anything. This was just something I'm doing for me. I wrote this song when I was 19, and it's just been kicking around all this time. And I came across it and I dusted it off a couple weeks ago, and I thought I'm going to do something with it, even if it's just for me. So that's where we're at.
That's great. And it's great that you could find it. I love that. And tell us about you. Tell people who you are.
Well, I work as a professional musician, and I also teach and educate. In other words, I do session work. I'm very selective about gigs these days, and not that I'm snobby or fussy. I just get tired of playing Brown Eyed Girl all the time. You know, so but I do contract with original work. I love playing people's music that I've never heard before, and I've backed some good, pretty big artists over the years. And I play guitar, bass, and keyboards. And that's
That's great. That's what we wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so the song "Et Maintenant,"
Yeah.
and we are going to listen to it. I love the French title, and here we go.
We can't hear anything.
1 second. Okay. Okay. The sharing sound thing is the issue. Okay. Thank you for telling me. And there we go. And we will try again. Okay. And okay. Here we go.
You lie next to me in my bed, and we're miles apart, and I feel words that can't be said, and I'm falling apart, and I don't know how long this can go on, feeling like I don't belong. Et maintenant c'est different. So we live our separate lives, sharing memories. I remember I chose to be your wife, and the tears you cried for me. Feel your presence everywhere. I look out for you, but you're not there. Et maintenant c'est different. Plus jamais comme avant. You don't really love me, but you want me, then you break my heart. I won't take this anymore. I should have left you from the start. I can't live on promises about our life together, and I don't wish to speak in a right or wrong and just that way. We'd be better off, turn out the lights, call it a day. I see who you are now. It's clear what you've become. It's late, I'm cold, it's midnight. I've never felt this numb. Shattered stars fall upon the ground. Pieces missed me so far. I was weak, still I held my ground. Got out with just a scar. Don't know how long this can go on. Won't ever sing those sad old songs. C'est ainsi que notre amour finit. Maintenant c'est fini. C'est ainsi que notre amour finit. Maintenant c'est fini.
Let's give the galaxy one more show on August.
Okay. Very, very pretty. Very, very pretty, Gary. Very nice. Okay. So, I really like that it's got like this smooth jazz vibe, kind of meets a retro art song. It's really interesting, and I really like it. I like the French. The French is a nice touch. It's sultry and sexy and emotional, and I like adding that. That's really, really nice. I like the melody. It's a little bit hard to follow. It meanders a little bit, and I wouldn't hate if it really had more sections that are similar and we could really latch onto rather than changing so much. But I like where it's going a lot since it's in progress. I like your instrumentation is lovely. You're obviously super talented, which I know, right? So it's definitely a retro vibe, and that's totally fine. Your intro is much too long, so you want to shorten it. The song itself is about 40-45 seconds too long, and I wouldn't mind if you shortened it. It's a little long for all of us people who have no attention span. And lyrically is where I feel it needs a lot of work, because I feel it needs, as I've told some other people today, some imagery and some metaphor. It's all so point blank. It's just kind of like singing prose. There's no imagery in there, and metaphor and poetry, and this kind of a song could really use some. So I would love if you, while you're working on the writing, worked on the lyric. As for the sections that are missing, I can hear what they'll be. But remember, your song is a little long, so be careful adding more, more stuff. Yeah. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you.
Anything else that we have missed or you would like to know? Or she has a nice voice.
Yeah, thank you. No, again, I've just been playing around with this, and we've been chatting, you and I, email, and so I thought I'd submit it.
I love that you submitted it as a work of progress, which we've been chatting about a lot, because I feel that that's the best way to be, I can be of best service, rather than telling you, oh, this is great, but change this when you've spent time, money, and made a mastered piece. So this is a great way to send something.
Thank you. Yeah. I was thinking about making this. Yeah. And the lyrics don't wow me either. They're okay. But I always focus on the music. And I'm constantly looking for a lyricist. So
well, there are so many lyricists in our class. There are lyricists post on our Facebook group, and
I have, and I know everyone's busy with their own stuff, and maybe I'll do it again. But
post
even
on Facebook in general. I do when I need things.
do well, even beyond our community, I have other associations I deal with, other
good
Academy of Scoring Arts. Even though that's a scoring arts, I'm a member of that. There's a lot of songwriters in that organization as well. But anyway, I was thinking about making this a duet, a male and female vocal. And
now you can do that. It's difficult to pitch a duet. There's not a lot of it's, if you have a duet in addition to a single gender, then that's okay. But just to have a duet is a little difficult for pitching.
Okay. Yeah, I was good. That was my intention, just to have female vocal and then maybe do a duet.
Yeah, that's great. You do both.
Yeah. So that's I think this could work. That could work on, and I know they're kind of twitchy, but I just
what do you mean twitchy?
I mean duets in general. They're not. I mean
they're just not used very much. So yeah, so just a little difficult if you only have a duet.
Right, and I don't really hear them much anymore, and not that I'm crazy about writing. I do something different, just like with the French.
Sure, you never know. You never know. That's the one thing. Like we could second guess everything to death, but we don't know. Different things get synced and placed for crazy reasons, and we don't know.
Right. Well,
right?
yeah, thanks for hanging in there with that. I get
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, my mission is just to help everyone write great songs. It's not to write songs for sync or write songs for an artist or write songs for this pitch. It's just to write great songs, right? That can then be used for anything. You know, if we concentrating on just writing for sync, that's kind of gross. I mean, you know, we just want to write great songs that make us happy and people can relate to and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, Bridget, exactly. You know, that's my mission, is to write great songs. And what they end up being used for, you know, I mean, you never know, right? Miss Shake, who's here, who's my star, who she gets sinks left and right. She got a song in a big movie she wrote, and she thought it was a scratch vocal, and she thought that she was going to replace it. And in the end, they wanted to use it. And does it have flaws? Yes, it has. I told her, like, Shake, oh my goodness, it has this and that. And they love it. And they said, we never know. And she, you know, was like, okay, great, it's pitchy. Great. Who cares? The emotion touched them. So we never know, right? Miss Shake, say hello and tell them all about your fabulous self.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. And you know, the other thing is too that you don't know is I just found out that there's a movie that might be using a song of mine that was on my debut CD in 1996.
Yay.
And mainly because the guy, you know, we've been talking for about 2 years and he really likes me. I mean, I really want to get on some of his Christmas stuff, but with strike and everything. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, when you have somebody who likes you, like they're in your corner, they're at least going to listen to you. And it's like, I realize that for what he's talking about, it's coming through a radio, it's a chase scene. It's not like a big gold, you know, important placement, but he needs something with the energy. So I go, hey, I've only got this one thing and it's old. And he goes, I don't care. Sure enough, he goes, yeah, he says, I'll there again, I'll submit it to the team. We'll see. But yeah, you just don't know.
Right, exactly. You never know. So, you know, and Shake is doing great. So it's really wonderful. So thank you, Shake. All right, we have one more song today. We're going to listen to. Yes, darling.
One more thing is that what has really served me well is you guys just all the lingo, all the way that you can talk to people so that people know that you're a pro. You know, all this stuff we learned from Michelle it's going to serve you so well. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Yes, that is so important that we know lingo, that we know how to talk to people. That's very key, in addition to our music being wonderful. And did anybody have any questions before we listen to this last song? I'm so glad you're all here. That's such an honor that you stayed. So thank you. And this last song is a cover. So that's kind of fun to end our session with a cover. And I have not heard it. I never listened to the songs until this session, but just like a music supervisor would listen, or an A&R person, or anybody, they don't listen and listen, you know, they listen that first time. So that's how we're listening. But I do know this is a cover. So we'll go to it. And you're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Okay. So let me make sure that my sound is shared before I do this, actually. Yes, I am sharing computer sound. Okay, good. Here we go.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel. You're a monster, Mr. Grinch. Your heart's an empty hole. Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr. Grinch. I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole. You're a vile one, Mr. Grinch. You have termites in your smile. You have all the tender sweetness of the the seasick crocodile, Mr. Grinch. Given the choice between the two of you, I'd take the seasick crocodile. You're a foul one, Mr. Grinch. You're a nasty, wasty skunk. Your heart is full of unwashed socks. Your soul is full of gunk, Mr. Grinch. The three words that best describe you are as follows, and I quote: stink, stank, stunk. You're a rotter, Mr. Grinch. You're the king of sinful sorts. Your heart's a dead tomato spots with moldy purple spots, Mr. Grinch. Your soul is an appalling dump heap overflowing with the most disgraceful assortment of rubbish imaginable, mangled up and tangled up knots. You nauseate me, Mr. Grinch, with the nauseous super nosh. You're a crooked jokey tokey and you drive a crooked horse, Mr. Grinch. You're a three-decker sauerkraut and toadstool sandwich with arsenic sauce.
Very, very cool.
You're a mean one,
Whoops.
Mr. Grinch.
You have to stop
You
it.
really-
Sometimes they just want to keep playing these songs. So that was very fun. It's really nice to hear a cover at the end. And I love the song. Everybody knows this song pretty much. So it's really cool. One note that I see quickly in the chat is Marie was saying I wanted to be more up tempo. And I agree. It could definitely have been more up tempo, but you know, I agree with that. And I was thinking that, but it definitely has a vibe that's interesting. There's, in terms of the recording needs work. There's noise at the top and there's noise at the end, and it's not really mixed well, and it's almost too sparse for me. It needs instrumentation. It sounds like it was a little bit of instrumentation to get the vocal recorded, but it doesn't sound like a master quality recording for pitching, which I know that this is what Jen wants. She represents this artist and this song. And so I want to hear it worked on. The lead guitar is too loud for me, and it kind of pans back and forth, which is really irritating if you're using headphones, which most people do listen with these days. So I felt like that needed work. I felt like the singer has a really good tone, kind of in that Michael Bublé kind of vicinity, and I like that a lot. But it's pitchy, especially at those high, loud, drawn out notes. Pretty much every one of them is pitchy. And mix-wise, they stand out too much. It needs a limiter to make the vocal more even so that those high notes aren't so blasting like that. The word crocodile has a little crack at the end, so that's really not optimum. And it feels like it's a scratch vocal to me and a scratch track. It doesn't feel like it's the master that's ready for pitching. So I would work on that. And someone, a drummer, Carrie's writing, yes, needs sparse drums. Haha. Yes, you are correct. I do agree with you. And it needs some drums. It needs full-on instrumentation for me, this kind of a song. And then it could have a stripped down version like we were discussing with Debbie before on her song. But for me, it needs a whole full version for it to be pitch ready. And that's why we would make covers, right? I don't believe this cover was made for other purposes. I think it was made for pitching. So I would love to see it worked on some more, but I think it has potential. I think the singer has a lot of personality in his voice. And also, it's another example, like we were discussing previously with Maria, the song needs a click. It needs to be recorded to a click track. It's too freeform for licensing. It's kind of all over the place and doesn't really have a key signature going on. It's kind of a mishmash of tempo. And our drummer wants to say something. So Carrie, please, you're welcome to. You look like you wanted to say something. Okay, great. So yes, it needs to be recorded to a click. We can't be pitching songs that are recorded so free form. Although again, anything can be synced, anything can be licensed, anything can be performed live, you know, everything happens. We're just discussing with Shake's song, you know, you never know. But at the same point, to really optimize our possibilities, we really want to record these things to a click so that they are in time and all that happy stuff. So that is the end of the song. Thank you all for hanging, and I'm here. So if you have, thank you, Marie. If you have any questions, any more questions, anything that you want to ask, you know, it would be an honor to answer them. No? Okay, everybody's silent. Oh, okay, go for it. Luz, go for it.
Sorry. My question is about the metadata. In the section that it says grouping, you said that there you need to add the information of the publishing, right?
Yes. Yes.
Most of my artists are independent, so they don't have any publishers. I think SACEM, which is the PRO in Mexico, works as well as BMI, that if you don't have any publisher, they work as your publisher.
Yes, no, they don't ever work as your publisher. So that's important to understand. PROs are not publishers, not in Mexico, not anywhere. They are performing rights organizations. If you don't have a publisher, what they do is they funnel all the money into your writer's account. But that is not professional. And music supervisors don't want to work with people who are not professional. And professionals have publishing companies. So if you can't get a publishing company in Mexico, you can join ASCAP or BMI as a foreign national. So as a Mexican national, you can form a publishing company at BMI or ASCAP and use that for your publishing company. So I really suggest your writers do that. And if you're their publisher, are you their publisher because you're representing them?
I'm only like a music promoter. So if I get them a deal, I could be their publisher because we are a publishing agency as well.
Okay, so then you would be the publisher in that case. But in the other case, then you just would have them form their publishing company at BMI or ASCAP.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can also do it in SACEM, which is in Mexico.
Then yeah, but sometimes if they give you a hard time, I'm only saying, but if not, they should form publishing companies. They shouldn't funnel all that money because it does get lost. And again, it's not professional. When you pitch a song to a music supervisor and they see there's no publisher involved, they're afraid, they don't want to work with you because they're afraid of us, because they're afraid we are not professionals and we're going to get them in trouble. Right? Yeah. So that is a clear sign that we don't know what we're doing if we don't have a publishing company. Okay. Yes, Ms. Shake, what?
That's just what I'm trying to say, is that comes down so much to being able to talk to people. And especially sometimes like when I'm talking to these littler filmmakers and stuff, and I can just say, look, this is going to be one stop. It's going to be easy. You're going to get the master recording. You're going to get the song. It's going to be in perpetuity. You don't have to worry about anything. In other words, you know what I'm saying? Like the more that you can talk and the more that you're on top of your game, the better it goes for you. And the more research you've done so that when you talk to people, I just can't stress that enough. That's all I'm going to say.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Shake. Yes. And so that's why we have to have all our ducks in a row and we have to have publishing companies. Yes. Yes. It's a simple thing to do. You don't need to have an incorporated company. You just need to pay the little fee. And a lot of times ASCAP and BMI will waive the fees for foreigners. So, you know, it's very easy to do.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely, you know, get them and get everybody to do it. It's important. And anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I've been looking into the publishing too. I've got the download. Like since I created an LLC, they want $250 to do the publishing part. I've talked to them. I've been emailing them to see if I can use my LLC, because all it is just money going into my account, right, for publishing?
Right. So exactly. If you
But
have an LLC, they charge more. They charge $250. It's $150 if you don't have an LLC. And why did you form an LLC anyway?
It's mostly just for my music business, where the money can go there into my account.
I don't have an LLC. I've never formed one. It's way too much. It's way too much
So
work.
So what's the best thing to do now? I mean, just get
dissolve your LLC, and or if you really feel that it's necessary, pay the $250.
But go ahead and make that publishing with that,
Make
right?
the publishing company. Yes, you have to make the publishing company.
Because what I heard from, this is kind of a different zone, but if you do something with that, if you list your stuff on the MLC, they make a publishing part for you. I know it's a little different than the
Totally different.
Right.
Completely different. And the MLC is the only company in the world that will deal with self-administrated songwriters. So if you want to join Harry Fox for physical mechanicals, you have to have a publishing company. If you have a song recorded by a major label artist and you do a mechanical license with Sony, with their record company, they'll only do it to your publishing company. They won't pay a songwriter. So you need it. If you want to join Music Reports, which pays things like TikTok and Deezer and Peloton and other platforms that use our music, they will only work with a publishing company. So there are many entities that will not work with a songwriter directly. So the MLC is kind of moot in that sense that they will, but at the same point, not having a publishing company is not professional. Right? So the people that maybe join the MLC with no publishing company is someone that self-released a couple of songs for themselves or a little album for themselves and is making 10 cents, and they join the MLC and they have no publishing company. It's not the way to go. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Yeah. We really want to do it. And it's such a minimal cost and it's a one-time fee. And, again, I don't have an LLC because I think it's a waste of money, waste of time, too much paperwork. And I, make serious money as a songwriter and I've never had an LLC. So I probably wouldn't have gotten audited a couple of times if I had an LLC, but, so much work. So Pete, question.
Yes, Michelle. Gee, I don't mean to keep everybody, but this just came up. You were talking about Music Reports. I have filled out their paperwork. I've updated my catalog with them, but some of the songs that I have haven't been released, and I have no idea how they can access my songs because they don't seem to require me uploading any MP3s.
Yes, they don't. They only require the catalog list, and you never know what's out there. Like I'm mostly all my songs are syncs, and except for my major label stuff, all the major label artists. But I go all the time on YouTube and I see songs of mine that people have covered and they've taken snippets from the syncs and posted them, and they're everywhere, and they have no ISRC codes and they're not released, and yet they're all over the internet. So, that's the whole point. So you want to give them your catalog list at Music Reports and let them ingest it and hope for the best. And maybe I honestly, that's all I can tell you is I get paid for things all the time. I have no idea where they got these things from. How did they find them? I have no idea.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, it gives rise to a thought that I should just put all the songs that I think are ready to go, just release an album like through CD Baby or DistroKid. So because they will at least distribute them and they'll be out there in the world. And then that makes it easier for them to be accessed by a place like
you can do that. I never do that because it's too time consuming. But if you have time to do that, do it. Yeah, of course. You can totally do that. There's nothing wrong with that. I have one album on TuneCore that has 38 songs on it. You can do whatever they're your songs and you can release them, and that would be a fun thing to do. Why not make it a little project for the summer? Just release them. There's there's no harm in it. The only harm in releasing songs is if you want to do J-pop or K-pop, because then they go ballistic because they have to have the first release. But other than that, it pretty much doesn't matter. Every so often there'll be a music supervisor who wants an unreleased song, but it's so rare. So very, very rare. They usually could care less if the
Yeah.
songs are released.
Right.
So it
Thanks
doesn't
very much,
matter.
Michelle.
Yeah, that's a
great.
great idea, Pete. I love
Appreciate
it.
it.
Go do it. Yeah. Everybody, just release your songs if you want to. You know, sometimes I think about it, but then I get too busy. But, you know, yeah, why not? Just don't sign up for that pro publishing with CD Baby or DistroKid or TuneCore or anywhere. Don't give your publishing to them. That's all. Right? Yeah. So anybody else? Questions? No? Okay. Shake, thank you for popping in. Everybody, thank you so much. And till next time, yeah, thank you. It was really great. And I so
Thank you.
appreciate all your music and the love of you hanging out till the end. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Michelle.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Have a great
Shake,
evening.
did you want to say something, Shake? No.
I can't stress enough. I mean, I know that I'm kind of an animal as far as what I do, and I do it a lot differently in some ways than Michelle does. But all this knowledge that you're getting, it's like you can make things happen. And I mean, I've got several people that they're my repeat customers. I'm on my fourth or fifth movie with this one lady, and you can find your place. That's all I'm going to say is just take this knowledge and don't be overwhelmed, but keep making the steps because it'll definitely happen.
Yes, exactly. If you don't give up and you try real hard, right? You keep trying and you keep putting stuff out there. But I would say that releasing songs, which Shake doesn't really do, is not a great idea. Like for me, like if I do it, it's just for fun. Like Pete, if you do it, think of it as artistic and creative and for fun. It's not very lucrative. It's probably the least lucrative thing one can do. If you don't have a lot of time, it's kind of not a good way to spend your time. It's better to learn to pitch and get your songs licensed in media, film, TV, games, ads, promos, much better like Shake is doing, because all that self-releasing is not going to help pay for the next demo, the next recording. And actually shouldn't even be called the demo anymore. The next master, it's not even going to pay for it. So I personally don't spend my time worrying about that. But what Pete just mentioned as a concept is very nice. And, if you're doing it that way, that could be fun, but really much more lucrative to learn how to pitch directly. And if it's instrumentals, put them in music libraries and you get your business rocking that way. Yeah. So thank you, Ms. Shake. Thank you, everybody. Yay. Thank you. Yay.
Bye.
Yay. Good night. Bye.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.